All right, everyone, begin to come back in. We'll start our second session, or this will be the third session, just after our lunch. Just a few minutes, ready to kick off.
Good afternoon. If you do not have your seat, please take your seat. We're going to start this block of talks out with a TED Talk. Mr. Astro Teller, I love me some Astro. He actually, I think, is a physicist, works for Google. And I think this video is talking about how Google looks at risk. It's an outstanding, outstanding video. So we'll start with that, then we'll have 4 or 5 speakers. Did everybody get out, enjoy the day, hopefully? Spectacular day here in Arizona. Woo! I need something. All right. After lunch, right? Got to get the blood flowing. Okay, are we ready to go, team? Excellent.
In 1962, at Rice University, JFK told the country about a dream he had. A dream to put a person on the moon by the end of the decade, the eponymous moonshot. No one knew if it was possible to do, but he made sure a plan was put in place to do it if it was possible. That's how great dreams are. Great dreams aren't just visions. They're visions coupled to strategies for making them real. I have the incredible good fortune to work at a moonshot factory. At X, formerly called Google X, you'll find an aerospace engineer working alongside a fashion designer and former military ops commanders brainstorming with laser experts. These inventors, engineers, and makers are dreaming up technologies that we hope can make the world a wonderful place. We use the word moonshots to remind us to keep our visions big, to keep dreaming. And we use the word factory to remind ourselves that we want to have concrete visions, concrete plans to make them real. Here's our moonshot blueprint. Number one, we want to find a huge problem in the world that affects many millions of people. Number two, we want to find or propose a radical solution for solving that problem. And then number three, there has to be some reason to believe that the technology for such a radical solution could actually be built. But I have a secret for you. The Moonshot Factory is a messy place. But rather than avoid the mess, pretend it's not there, we've tried to make that our strength. We spend most of our time breaking things and trying to prove that we're wrong. That's it. That's the secret. Run at all the hardest parts of the problem first. Get excited and cheer, hey, how are we going to kill our project today? We've got this interesting balance going where we allow our unchecked optimism to fuel our visions, but then we also harness enthusiastic skepticism to breathe life, breathe reality into those visions. I want to show you a few of the projects that we've had to leave behind on the cutting room floor, and also a few of the gems that, at least so far, have not only survived that process, but have been accelerated by it. Last year, we killed a project in automated vertical farming. This is some of the lettuce that we grew. 1 in 9 people in the world suffers from undernourishment. So this is a moonshot that needs to happen. Vertical farming uses 10 times less water and 100 times less land than conventional farming. And because you can grow the food close to where it's consumed, you don't have to transport it large distances. We made progress in a lot of the areas, like automated harvesting and efficient lighting. But unfortunately, we couldn't get staple crops like grains and rice to grow this way. So we killed the project. Here's another huge problem. We pay enormous costs in resources and environmental damage to ship goods worldwide. Economic development of landlocked countries is limited by lack of shipping infrastructure. The radical solution? A lighter-than-air, variable buoyancy cargo ship. This has the potential to lower, at least overall, the cost, time, and carbon footprint of shipping without needing runways. We came up with this clever set of technical breakthroughs that together might make it possible for us to lower the costs enough that we could actually make these ships inexpensively enough in volume. But however cheap they would have been to make in volume, it turned out that it was going to cost close to $200 million to design and build the first one. $200 million is just way too expensive because X is structured with these tight feedback loops of making mistakes and learning and new designs. We can't spend $200 million to get the first data point about whether we're on the right track or not. If there's an Achilles heel in one of our projects, we want to know it now, up front, not way down the road. So we killed this project too. Discovering a major flaw in a project doesn't always mean that it ends the project. Sometimes it actually gets us onto a more productive path. This is our fully self-driving vehicle prototype, which we built without a steering wheel or brake pedal. But that wasn't actually our goal when we started. With 1.2 million people dying on the roads globally every year, building a car that drives itself was a natural moonshot to take. 3.5 years ago, when we had these Lexus retrofitted self-driving cars in testing, they were doing so well, we gave them out to other Googlers to find out what they thought of the experience. And what we discovered was that our plan to have the cars do almost all the driving and just hand over to the users in case of emergency was a really bad plan. It wasn't safe because the users didn't do their job. They didn't stay alert in case the car needed to hand control back to them. This was a major crisis for the team. It sent them back to the drawing board. And they came up with a beautiful new perspective. Aim for a car where you're truly a passenger. You tell the car where you want to go, you push a button, and it takes you from point A to point B by itself. We're really grateful that we had this insight as early on in the project as we did, and it's shaped everything we've done since then. And now, our cars have self-driven more than 1.4 million miles, and they're out every day on the streets of Mountain View, California, and Austin, Texas. The Cars team shifted their perspective. This is one of X's mantras. Sometimes shifting your perspective is more powerful than being smart. Take wind energy. It's one of my favorite examples of perspective shifting. There's no way that we're going to build a better standard wind turbine than the experts in that industry. But we've found a way to get up higher into the sky and so get access to faster, more consistent winds, and so more energy without needing hundreds of tons of steel to get there. Our Makani energy kite rises up from its perch by spinning up those propellers along its wing, and it pulls out a tether as it rises, pulling energy up the tether. Once the tether's all the way out, it goes into crosswind circles in the sky. And now those propellers that lifted it up have become flying turbines. And that sends energy back down the tether. We haven't yet found a way to kill this project. And the longer it survives that pressure, the more excited we get that this could become a cheaper and more deployable form of wind energy for the world. Probably the craziest sounding project we have is Project Loon. We're trying to make balloon-powered internet, a network of balloons in the stratosphere that beam an internet connection down to rural and remote areas of the world. This could bring online as many as 4 billion more people who today have little or no internet connection. But you can't just take a cell tower, strap it to a balloon, and stick it in the sky. The winds are too strong, it would be blown away. And the balloons are too high up to tie it to the ground. Here comes the crazy moment. What if, instead, we let the balloons drift and we taught them how to sail the winds to go where they needed to go? It turns out the stratosphere has winds that are going in quite different speeds and directions in thin strata. So we hoped that using smart algorithms and wind data from around the world, we could maneuver the balloons a bit, getting them to go up and down just a tiny bit in the stratosphere to grab those winds going in those different directions and speeds. The idea is to have enough balloons so as one balloon floats out of your area, there's another balloon ready to float into place, handing off the internet connection, just like your phone hands off between cell towers as you drive down the freeway. We get how crazy that vision sounds. It's the name of the project to remind us of that. So since 2012, the Loon team has prioritized the work that seems the most difficult and so the most likely to kill their project. The first thing that they did was try to get a Wi-Fi connection from a balloon in the stratosphere down to an antenna on the ground. It worked, and I promised you there was bets that it wasn't going to. So we kept going. Could we get the balloon to talk directly to handsets so that we didn't need the antenna as an intermediary receiver? Yeah. Could we get the balloon bandwidth high enough so it was a real internet connection so that people could have something more than just SMS? The early tests weren't even a megabit per second. But now we can do up to 15 megabits per second. Enough to watch a TED Talk. Could we get the balloons to talk to each other through the sky so that we could reach our signal deeper into rural areas? Check. Could we get balloons the size of a house to stay up for more than 100 days while costing less than 5% of what traditional long-life balloons have cost to make? Yes, in the end, but I promise you, you name it, we had to try it to get there. We made round, silvery balloons. We made giant pillow-shaped balloons. We made balloons the size of a blue whale. We busted a lot of balloons. Since one of the things that was most likely to kill the Loon project was whether we could guide the balloons through the sky, one of our most important experiments was putting a balloon inside a balloon. So there are two compartments here, one with air and then one with helium. The balloon pumps air in to make itself heavier or lets air out to make it lighter. And these weight changes allow it to rise or fall, and that simple movement of the balloon is its steering mechanism. It floats up or down, hoping to grab winds going in the speed and direction that it wants. But is that good enough for it to navigate through the world? Barely at first, but better all the time. This particular balloon, our latest balloon, can navigate a 2-mile vertical stretch of sky and can sail itself to within 500 meters of where it wants to go from 20,000 kilometers away. We have lots more to do in terms of fine-tuning the system and reducing costs. But last year, a balloon built inexpensively went around the world 19 times over 187 days. So we're going to keep going. Our balloons today are doing pretty much everything a complete system needs to do. We're in discussions with telcos around the world, and we're going to fly over places like Indonesia for real service testing this year. This probably all sounds too good to be true. And you're right. Being audacious and working on big, risky things makes people inherently uncomfortable. You cannot yell at people and force them to fail fast. People resist. They worry. What will happen to me if I fail? Will people laugh at me? Will I be fired? I started with our secret. I'm going to leave you with how we actually make it happen. The only way to get people to work on big, risky things, audacious ideas, and have them run at all the hardest parts of the problem first is if you make that the path of least resistance for them. We work hard at X to make it safe to fail. Teams kill their ideas as soon as the evidence is on the table because they're rewarded for it. They get applause from their peers, hugs and high fives from their manager, me in particular. They get promoted for it. We have bonused every single person on teams that ended their projects, from teams as small as 2 to teams of more than 30. We believe in dreams at the Moonshot Factory. But enthusiastic skepticism is not the enemy of boundless optimism. It's optimism's perfect partner. It unlocks the potential in every idea. We can create the future that's in our dreams. Thank you very much.
What'd you think of Astro? Fantastic, huh? It's a cool idea. Reward people for failure. If they would have started that a generation ago, I would probably be retired on an island somewhere. Pretty good. This was an excellent segue into our next speaker, and I had to take some time to think about how to actually announce this gentleman, Dr. Romeo Farinacci. He's a GCU instructor, a student favorite, a great collaborator. I work with him a lot on project-related stuff at the school. I'm sure we've all heard of sartorial wit, the idea of sartorial wit. I think they were describing at the time Oscar Wilde. Well, that was only because Romeo hadn't made his entrance onto the world stage. So, a fun fact about Romeo is he has more ties than the European Professional Premier Soccer League. Romeo, my friend, he's going to share, brace yourselves for a cybersecurity masterclass. He's an expert in cybersecurity issues, and he wants to share a really cool message with all of us. Romeo?
Thank you. I'll make this look good. I'm Dr. Romeo Farinacci, first name Filipino, last name Italian. As you can see, I'm neither. I have a lot of fun with my name, truly. I love, especially in interviews, I love when I sit down waiting and someone comes out and they ask for Romeo Farinacci. I love their expression on their face when this black guy stands up. It's awesome. But I met a lot of people with names that just don't define them, and it's really cool about that. I met guys with women's names, women with guys' names. There are so many names that are gender neutral, you know, Jackie and Bobby and Mackenzie and so on and so forth. I had a resume come to me one time. The name was Jules Martinez. I kid you not, my expectation was a short Spanish woman. When an interviewer came to the conference room, kid you not, I had to look up to this 6-foot white guy from New York. Strong New York accent. Come to find out, his name is Julian. He just goes by Jules. But it's interesting how a name can no longer provide us an expectation of who you are. We can no longer, and it's accepted norm that we no longer judge people by their name. You can't. It's just not possible. I mean, look at that name. Man, that says so much that is not me, and it's crazy. I love it. It's a norm today. We no longer ask or question whether or not you are who you say you are. That's kind of the danger, especially with the internet, the way the World Wide Web is going. We can now be anonymous. We can hide ourselves. We can use the network and the internet to become anyone we want to become. The danger in that, too, is we put so much out there on the networking sites that we actually are living online. And if the bad people get a hold of this information, they can actually pervert what we are doing and who we are and actually change our image, change what we're trying to represent, modify the truth. Organizations are actually trying their best to control this. A lot of them do. That's how they market themselves. They show us exactly what they want us to see so that we believe in them, that we believe in who they are and what they're trying to promote. We also need to do the same thing. We need to take control of these networking sites and understand how we can leverage them to give the truth of who we are. That's where we are right now. We need to make sure that when we control this, that we control the network and these social sites in such a way that we use it to define us rather than the network defining us for us. Why am I here today? I'm here to talk about control. I'm here to talk about how organizations and how we as individuals can leverage control, leverage cybersecurity to allow us to do what we need to do to feel safe and comfortable, to allow our kids to use these devices. I'm not here to talk about or define cybersecurity. A lot of us already know. If we have an intelligent phone, we're already integrated in it. I don't know if you see what I did there. I'm not here to talk about how cybersecurity career fields are on the rise, how the skills for cybersecurity professionals is in high demand. No. I'm not even here to talk about how October has been declared Cybersecurity Awareness Month. Still can't believe that cybersecurity has its own month. I'm like, man, it's weird. But I'm here talking to you. mothers who have children using these devices, coworkers who see these pop-ups when they're getting to a website and it's blocking them and they feel like it's stopping them from being productive. Talking to nurses who manage patient data and not necessarily knowing where that data is going, not really caring. I'm here to talk to the average person who deals and conducts transactions online without a full understanding of how to implement and control what they're doing so that we can take control. Cybersecurity awareness is all about us taking control and embracing cybersecurity instead of looking at it like it's a hindrance. I have a 10-year-old. It's my boy right there. He did something for me that really just woke me up several years ago. I was sitting on the couch. I was playing on my phone, playing a game. He came up next to me, and he was just watching. He's about 5 or 6, and he asked me this question. Did you download that game? As I answered him, I kind of stuttered because I had to step back. He used the word download at 5 or 6 years old. Not only is he using the word, he understands what it means. A word, as far as I know, did not exist when I was growing up. And now I think about it, it's taken me degrees to understand how to use it and how to manage it in the workplace, at home. And yet here he is at 5 years old who gets it immediately. Our kids today are learning about technology, learning about how to use these devices faster than we can imagine. It kind of scares me because as a parent, isn't it my job to protect them? And yet they're doing things with these devices that we are kind of naive to. Let's talk about parental controls real quick. When I was growing up, it was easy. Lock the door. And then when parents want to take it a step further, go to your room. It was easy. Nowadays, you can't do that. Not with the iPhones or the devices they have available to them, their tablets. Today, kids want to be in a room. I'm like, yeah, I'll go to my room, play my games. And without knowing how to manage what they're doing, we're actually scaring ourselves when we're sleeping at night. I know I do. I have to understand what he's doing, where he's going. When he tells me that I saw this thing on YouTube, I'm like, whoa, what else did you see on YouTube? When they're on these devices, they actually have worldwide reach, which is beautiful. It's great. We need the internet. We use it every day to collaborate, to share, to learn, to teach, to shop, to eat, in some cases even to define who we are. But at the same time, there are malicious people out there who have that same reach. There are children in their rooms using this tablet, with somebody in their room across the country using the same kind of devices trying to influence your children. We need to understand cybersecurity so that we can put the right controls in place, embrace cybersecurity so we can stop these bad guys from reaching our kids. Even at the workplace, a lot of us who are co-workers and we're trying to do certain things, try to navigate the websites, we get these pop-ups and we're like, I can't do my job. I want to help change some of that. That's my goal, is to change how we perceive it. I want to realize that we want this. We need this, especially at home. We need to take that at work and say the same thing, because parental controls at work is what the CEO is doing. He's putting parental controls on his systems to make sure that his company thrives. We need to understand when we see these things happening that they're there for a reason. How many of you in here actually conduct personal business at work? Don't have to answer that. I won't. But some of us actually, there's an article actually says that some of us prefer to do a lot of these transactions at work than at home because the environment at work is more secure. It just goes to show how much we don't understand on how to secure and manage these environments at home, and how we don't really appreciate when they are at work. We're like, hey, it's good, it's secure, I can do what I got to do, but I can't do it at home because I don't know what security is, but I know they do. Security is not just about protecting intellectual property. It's not just about keeping the CEO out of prison. It's not just about ensuring quality elections are taking place. It's also about self-preservation. It's about securing your job. They have these boundaries in place, these barriers in place, I like to call them, to ensure that you can do what you need to do, that you are as productive as you need to be at work without worry of sending something to the wrong place. Imagine as a nurse, you're trying to send patient data to the physician who's going to do certain activities. You don't want to send that patient record, that patient data to the wrong place. And hopefully boundaries are put in place to prevent that from happening. Those parental controls are in place to prevent that from happening. I want to change things up a little bit. I want us to think about something. I want us to consider what cybersecurity really can do for us at home and how it really secures us. I want you guys to embrace cybersecurity when I finish this talk, because it's about you and your identity. At the end of the day, it's about your image. It's about the company's image, and the companies are already getting this. They know this, but we don't. We don't know what it's doing to our kids, to our homes. Think about bullying. 20 years ago, if my kid was getting bullied in school, I can change schools. Now we can't do that because all the bullying is done online. They're sharing it, they're downloading it, they're recording it. If I change schools, guess what? The information follows. So we have to understand how this works and how we can control what we put up there so that we can control who we are, control our kids, control our families, control us. Consider this, because I love how perception really, really weighs on people. Imagine you're driving down the freeway and a cop pulls up behind you. No lights, he's just behind you. How do you feel? Uncomfortable? Anxious? Worried? Now imagine if you're being attacked, if someone is threatening you or your family in your front yard and a cop pulls up, just happen to be driving around the neighborhood. How do you feel then? Take ambulance, for example. Rush hour, traffic. I'm trying to get home. Lights flashing behind me. Now I got to pull over. Now how do you feel? Delayed? Annoyed? What if it was a family member in which the ambulance is trying to get to? You hope it gets there as fast as it possibly can. Perception is important. There are things known and there are things unknown, and in between are the doors of perception. Aldous Huxley. Understand and provide awareness to what cybersecurity is, and we can remove or we can control perception that we have so that we can better prepare our kids and prepare our companies for when we're trying to implement certain things so they understand why we're doing it. We're not doing it to slow you down. I like this from Morgan Freeman. This kid came up with Napster, and before that, none of us thought of content protection. Think about the internet. Before the internet, none of us thought about protecting what we put up there, what we post on blogs, go and tweet. What do? How do we do it? Think about that. Now we have cybersecurity because of these malicious actors out there trying to pervert what we're trying to do, trying to bring us down and reduce our image to what we are not trying to show. I like to take this one step further. Cybersecurity is just like this, internet security. We really got to embrace cops. Not cops, but police cops, you know. I like this picture here. This is awesome. I had a CEO several years ago who really provided a very good perception on what cybersecurity is, and he used this image. He said, imagine cyber there to enable you to go faster. I was blown away. If you did not have brakes on the car, either A, you wouldn't drive, or B, you'd only go 1 mile an hour because that's as fast as you can take your left foot out to stop that vehicle. But now you have brakes. You have that comfort, that security to know that this will allow you to control your vehicle. Brakes allow you control. Wow, blow my mind. It enables me to go faster. I love that. That's what cybersecurity is doing. It enables me to do my job without worry of what could or could not go wrong. Cybersecurity is on the rise. There are attackers out there trying to prevent us from doing what we want to do. Yes, it has its own month too. It's crazy. But we need to embrace what it's doing and how we can take these controls into our home, educate our kids on what they are doing, and then when we're going to work, understand why these things are in place. That's important. That's how we keep our jobs. Cybersecurity increases productivity. I love that line. And that's one thing that I go everywhere I go, that's what I do. I say that, I ensure that. I'm a cybersecurity guy. I love cybersecurity. I want everybody in here to love cybersecurity. It increases productivity. To me, it's no different than those Jersey barriers on our highway. It's there to make sure that the other people are going one way, I'm going another. It's what it's there for. It's not there to stop me, but it's there to allow me to think about what I'm doing. If I get a pop-up, if I get something that says, "Are you sure?" it allows me to think about what I'm doing. Striking the balance between employee productivity and data security is pretty much what our job is as security professionals. That's our goal. Our goal is not to stop you from going to certain websites. Our goal is not to stop you from interacting with third-party vendors that our emails can't get back and forth. Our job is to do this, strike that balance, because there are bad guys out there. I love this quote. That's not me, by the way. Knowledge is going to make you stronger. Knowledge is going to let you control your life. Knowledge is going to give you the wisdom to teach their children. Knowledge is a thing that makes you smile in the face of disaster. I kid you not, when I think of cybersecurity, I smile. I do. I'm crazy. A lot of people think I'm crazy. But cybersecurity, if you understand its purpose, understand its meaning and what it's there for, it allows us to succeed. It allows our companies to succeed. It allows our children to use these devices and learn rather than being afraid, rather than you being afraid. I put parent controls all over the place. I kid you not. My 10-year-old has no idea that I do. He's able to do all the things he needs to do, and I know what's going on. I know where he's going. And he's still able to learn, have fun, play games, and I don't have fear. I love that. If everyone in here, and that's what I want to leave you guys with, if everyone in here took cybersecurity for real, embraced it, really understood its meaning, and then learned about it, the little things, and it's very easy. Again, if you have a smartphone, some of it you already have. If everyone took it seriously, from the government down, what would our presidency look like right now? Thank you.
Thank you, Romeo. With the incredible transformation that humanity is living today, where our very existence is being digitized and information is accessible to anyone, almost anywhere on the planet, each day we need to be more and more concerned about the way in which we educate our children. Our next speaker is a man passionate about education and is doing a transformation of the way in which it is delivered to our youngest. Let's welcome Andrew Collins.
We love to learn, don't we? I don't mean just those of you today who came to listen to some really interesting ideas. I mean all of us, humans. It's a really human thing to learn. Since the beginning of mankind, we've been gaining knowledge. We've been exploring our worlds, inventing new and better ways to do things. Heck, TED is dedicated to millions of ideas for the sake of learning. There's millions of videos that we listen to every day for the sake of learning. We're very motivated to learn. It's a natural thing, and it's fun. I'm a new dad, and my daughter, Alina Rose, is quickly learning. I see this in her every day. She's learning to hold a bottle already. She's exploring our dog for the first time, right, who loves to give her kisses. And she's wide-eyed open when she sees every new image and color as we read with her. I swear she's already starting to learn to talk too. I'm pretty sure she said, "I love you" already. It was more like, uh-huh, but at least she's getting the syllables right, and in her own timing, she's gonna figure it out. Right? I love that Alina is exploring her world. She's soaking it all in, and I want her to continue that curiosity, the exploration in the rest of her life. I never want her to lose that. But unfortunately, if she's like many students today, as she progresses through school, she might lose that motivation. And worse yet, she might even learn to hate learning. At least that's the way it might seem. We see this when students stop paying attention in class, they don't do their homework, right? Or like these students, they just have this general look of boredom on their faces all day, or they might even sprint out of the building at the end of the day at that 3 o'clock bell, as if they finally escaped, right? This is a tragedy, and I really do not want that for Alina. Our education system was built on some good merits: education for all, and a basic set of knowledge and skills that opens up new opportunities to participate in society. Unfortunately, many students today have learned that school may not be the best place for learning. And in fact, they might even learn that school is sometimes the most boring or pointless part of their day. This is a tragedy, right? I do not want that for Alina. So how do we fix this problem? How do we motivate this unmotivated learner? Well, we can talk about strategies that we've talked about for years. Like, for example, we can think about accountability. Okay, the no child left behind, no excuses, or else you get detention. Okay, or we can think of a positive strategy, right? We can pay teachers more to work harder at it, right? As if they're not working hard enough. Or we can give a pizza party, right? Every student that earns an A, you get a pizza party, right? Choose your own toppings. Well, have fun. Like, that'll motivate them, right? We'd still have a motivation problem long term. So perhaps we step back and we ask a bigger question. Not how do we motivate this already unmotivated learner, but how did we unmotivate this already naturally inclined learner? See, it used to be that we'd go to this physical building to learn. It was this novel idea, right? Nowhere else could we get this information, so we'd go to this physical building. There was a teacher and there were books, and we'd learn because that was the only place that we could access it, right? It was novel, and it was this portal of discovery and exploration. It didn't matter what we were learning because it was all new. Today's world is very different, right? With a touch of a button, a simple Google search, I can access pretty much any information I want. And usually there's a nice little video to go along with it. The world has changed. School is no longer a special place. In fact, if we think about it, it can be kind of a suppressive place, right? Everyone's the same age around you, doing the same thing. We're told not to talk, obey the rules. We're being told something that we probably could have found already on our phone, again, with a nice video or explanation that we can start and stop and replay as much as we want. So, how do we change this? So, when I think about motivation. How do we think about motivation for our students? Well, I think we ask a bigger design question. What if we stop thinking about this default understanding of school, throw out the desks, the textbooks, the teachers, the classrooms, and with a clean slate, we ask the design question: how might we motivate students by creating an environment in which is the best, most conducive environment to learning that taps into our natural curiosity to learn? Well, it's a good question. A few years ago, I was searching through TED Talks, and I came across a talk by Dan Pink, The Puzzle of Motivation. He also wrote a book, Drive. Many of you have probably seen this, I'm sure. And in the book and in the talk, he talks about 3 principles of motivation. But first, he challenges some of our traditional motivators, like rewards, and instead presents these 3 ideas of motivation: autonomy, mastery, and purpose. These 3 ideas that in environments that are more creative and ambiguous, like learning, perhaps are better motivators. So, what if we applied these to students? What if we created environments that took into consideration these 3 principles? Dan Pink defines them this way: autonomy. It's this drive to determine our own destiny, a voice in our own learning. Mastery. This drive to get better and better at things that matter to us. And purpose. this yearning to do what we do in the context of something bigger than ourselves. So imagine school if we redesigned around these three ideas. What would school look like if we allowed students to drive their own learning? They had a voice in what they learned, when they learned it, and how they learned it, rather than adults deciding those for them. Mastery. What if we came alongside of a student, we nurtured and encouraged and supported them in their own gifts and interests, along a path that was meaningful for them? This perhaps would change the role of the adults and the students in the room. Instead of the adults determining what they learned, when they learned, and how they learned it, perhaps as we come alongside students, as adults we nurture and encourage and support, building the gifts and interests and talents of our students along this meaningful path that allows them to fill their own purpose and encourage them along the way. For Alina, I want this. I never want her to leave her curiosity behind. I don't want her to be in an environment where she doesn't get to explore her interests and discover worlds. So perhaps we ask these three design questions as we think about the future of school. How might we design environments that allow students to drive their own learning process, a voice in what they learn? How might we come alongside students to help them grow in mastery along this path that's meaningful for them, that takes advantage of their own gifts and interests? And how might we help students fulfill their yearning to drive their own destiny and to be a part of something that's much bigger than themselves? I believe Maria Montessori said it well when she said, to assist a child, we must enable them to develop freely by creating an environment in which this is possible. For Lena, I want this. As we think about the future designs of our schools, keep in mind these three principles: autonomy, mastery, and purpose. If we can answer these design questions about how do we create environments that allow students to drive their own learning, get better and better at the things that matter to them, and fulfill their yearning to be a part of something bigger than themselves, I believe, and students, just like Alina, will continue their love for learning, will get a deeper and greater understanding of their own gifts and interests, and be able to apply those in ways to fill a flourishing life full of purpose. Thank you.
Great job, Andrew. Design thinking, I love it. Applying design thinking to education. Fantastic stuff. Our next speaker hails from the great state of Texas. Texans? Okay, so she's asked me if I could do a little preparation just so she would be totally understandable. So in Texas, when you say y'all, that means what? It's singular. That's singular. It just means one person, okay? Y'all is singular. All y'all is plural, okay? So hopefully, if you just remember that, things should go very, very well here. So our next speaker, Allison Johnson, is a resident director here on our wonderful campus at Grand Canyon University, and she is here to talk about y'all as it relates to all y'all. Allison, warm welcome for Allison.
Hello, y'all. At the core of our existence is this longing for connection, to be seen and to be accepted. I've grown up around college students my entire life, and I've always heard the question asked of, do you see me? Yet this question is very rarely asked verbally, but rather it's the underlining theme to my conversations. I ask them questions like, what's your major? What are you passionate about? What do you want to do with your life? And there's always this ache of, do you see me, in their answers. And I have found that the greatest moments of my life have been the moments where I've had the privilege of seeing others and where I've taken the risk to be seen. And to expand on that, I want to reference this folder. Now, this folder has my entire academic history in it. And there's lots of different stories in here, but there's one story from the 3rd grade that I want to talk about. Now, in the 3rd grade, I had the highest caliber of testing done to see if I had a learning disability and if I needed to be placed in a special education room. And after all the testing was done, a table full of experts sat down and they looked at my file. And based off what was in front of them, they came to the conclusion that I should be placed in a special education room. However, there was one person in that room who saw me, and it was my 3rd grade teacher. And she said, "Let me tell you about Allison." She said, "Allison is passionate, and she loves people. And she's the type of student that goes after students that are not being included and invites them in. And although school is exceedingly hard for Allison, she always gets to the same place everyone else is at. It just takes her a little bit more time." And she pulled out one of the test results and said, "This is who Allison is." And it was a test on adaptability. And she said, "Allison has the uncanny ability to take what she knows and apply it to a situation or circumstance she has no previous context of understanding, and she can navigate that situation with success." And my parents turned to her and said, "What will happen if we take Allison out of her normal classroom?" And she said, "It will kill her. Because one person saw me, my entire world changed. Because my teacher had the courage to see me, she gave me the freedom to be me. She knew that I needed to be in the classroom with other students. She knew that I had the tenacity and grit necessary to not only navigate having a learning disability, but to be successful despite it. Because she saw me, she gave me the freedom to be me. And there is freedom in being seen. However, freedom requires vulnerability. It requires owning that we're broken and messy, which is something that our society tells us is a weakness. However, I see it as a strength. For example, if you think that naming that I have a learning disability in front of any one person, let alone an auditorium, is easy, let me tell you, it's not. And if you would have told me at the beginning of applying to be part of TEDx GCU that I would be naming this, I would say you're crazy, because it was nowhere on my radar. I would have told you I wanted to talk about the difference between looking and seeing, but I had lots of other stories I was planning on talking about. But then one very wise person asked me, "Allison, why aren't you talking about your learning disability?" And my response was, "Because it's scary, and because I don't want to, and that feels really vulnerable and hard. And I don't know that I want the first thing the world to know about me is that I have a learning disability, because I've spent my entire life trying to hide that I have one." But two thoughts came to mind after I answered that person. The first was, curse you, Brené Brown, and your TED Talk on vulnerability and your Daring Greatly book, because it's one of my favorites. And the second thought that came to mind was, I ask my students and my friends and my family to have courage to be seen. And I'm also a leader who likes to lead by example. So I knew it was time for me to step into the light and name this truth. So I started working on my TED Talk, and a week before the trials, I kept asking myself, do I really have anything worth saying? Does this really matter? And 2 days before the trials, I got my answer. I was grabbing a cup of coffee on campus, and another RD and a student walked in. And we just started talking, and the student didn't know that I was auditioning for TED. And when they found out, they got so excited for me. They were like, "What are you teaching on?" And how are you feeling? And I believe my exact response was, okay. And I said that I'm teaching on the difference between looking versus seeing, which I'm really excited about. However, I'm talking about something that I don't usually name, which is that I have a learning disability, and that feels really hard for me. And this student got a little bit quiet and said, I never knew you had a learning disability. And with tears starting to fill her eyes, she said, what do you have? And I said, I have a type of dyslexia. It falls in that category, but it's not exactly. And as I responded, the tears started to fall from her eyes, and she said, I've never met an adult who's been successful, who's navigated having dyslexia. I've only met peers that have it. And I have dyslexia. And in that moment, I began to cry because I understood. And I met her eyes and I said, I know that you have had to work harder than anyone else knows. And I know that you don't feel like people see you, but I see you. And in that moment, I embraced her and she embraced me, and we just allowed ourselves to be seen by one another. And I wouldn't trade that moment for anything. And once again, I was reminded of how sweet it is to be seen. If we're going to be people that choose to see, it's imperative that we understand the difference between looking versus seeing. And the best breakdown I've ever heard comes from Christine Kane, who says the difference between looking versus seeing is that looking allows us the opportunity to look past, or to look away, or to look through. But seeing stirs our hearts in such a way that we cannot unsee what we have seen, and we must respond to it. Seeing requires courage and hope and risk and your heart showing up, but it is glorious. So once again, I want to lead by example and let you see me. Hello, my name is Allison Freaking Johnson, and no, my middle name is not Freaking, but I'm proud of who I am. I am an extrovert and an artist and a theologian. I am a daughter and a sister and a friend. I am a risk taker, coffee drinker, and world traveler. I dance often and I laugh very loudly. I have a learning disability. At certain times, I suck at spelling, and reading out loud is really, really challenging for me. And I've had enough speech therapy that I can communicate my thoughts, but it's really challenging sometimes. But I always have struggled with this idea of, am I enough? And yet I still love who I am. I'm aware that at the end of the day, even though I struggle with my insecurities, who I am is good enough. Who I am is smart enough. And who I am is worthy enough to be seen. And I want to say that although I have a learning disability, it doesn't define me. What if you did what I just did? What if you named truth about yourself? What if you stepped into the light and said, who I am is good enough? What if you stopped allowing what people think of you or what you've done in your past to define who you are, but rather you declared in this moment that I am enough just as me? What if you didn't settle for a world that just looked, but that saw? Because if we chose to be part of that world, we wouldn't let stereotypes on race or gender or socioeconomic standing or education or sexual orientation dictate what we see, but rather we would see a person who has a name, who has a story. We talk about the change that we want to see in our world, yet are we brave enough to walk into the tension of looking, but rather seeing people now? Our world has become so dehumanized that everything is about us, and we have more conversations with screens than we do people standing right in front of us. One thing that Dr. Brené Brown brings up in her book, Daring Greatly, is this thought of, when was the last time you went to like a coffee shop? And when you ordered your coffee, you looked the barista in the eyes, and you thanked them, and you used their name. When I first read this, it wrecked me, because it made me ask the question, do I see everyone I interact with? If we re-engage with our world, we will see things that disrupt us. We will see things that break our hearts, because looking is easier. Looking is safer because it gives me the opportunity to put an arm's distance between me and that person. But when I see someone, I get to be a part of something great. When I see someone, I see a daughter or a son. I see a friend. I see someone who's broken and messy, but who has dreams and aspirations. I see someone who wants to be seen, and my heart connects with them because I too want to be seen. I don't have this world all figured out. And I have lots of days where, as I'm trying to interact and see people, I know it's hard. But I don't want to be someone who disregards you because it's going to get hard for me, because it's going to be messy for me to engage with you. I want to see you because you are worth being seen, just as I am. I have voices in my head that tell me to live small and to live safe and to not see. But I fight those voices by telling myself that who I am, again, is good enough. That I must be all of the goodness of who I am and who I was meant to be by being all of who I am, me. I must own my faults and my failures regardless. And I want to give you one more story before I leave that helps me to keep coming back to knowing that seeing is worth it, and it does make a difference. I remember taking my final exam in college, and as I left that room, I realized that was the last thing I needed to finish before I was completely done and graduated with college. And I was overwhelmed with emotion, so I went to my college advisor's office to try and connect with him because he knew. But when I got there, he wasn't there. So I turned to leave and ended up crossing paths with another one of my professors. And he said hello and asked how I was doing, and then realized I had tears in my eyes and said, what's going on? And I said, I just finished my last final of college, and I'm done. And he wished me a huge congratulations, but at this point, the tears started streaming down my face. And he said, what's going on for you? And I said, I've just done the impossible, and I don't even know how to engage with it. And he turned and looked rather confused, and I said, I have a learning disability. And some of my earliest memories growing up were from doctors and teachers who told me that I would never be in a normal classroom, that I would never graduate from high school or get into college or even go to college. So the fact that I've just finished the impossible is beyond what I can fathom and process in my head right now. And my teacher turned to me and said, I have no idea you had a learning disability. And he said, if I would have known, I probably would have graded some of your papers differently. And he honored that he had caught grammatical and spelling mistakes that I had made. But he didn't know it was because I had a learning disability. And I turned to my professor and I said, that is the greatest thing you could have ever given me, and I wouldn't trade those grades for anything. And I left after he wished me another huge congratulations with one of the most important and impactful lessons of my life. because I had allowed myself to be seen by my professor, I got an answer that I'd always wondered. I had just attained the impossible, and he didn't pity me, and he didn't feel sorry for me. My best was good enough, and I was smart enough. And I had gotten to the same place everyone else was. It just took me a little bit more time. And by being seen in that moment, it made me apply for jobs and go for things that I didn't think I could do, like be a resident director at Grand Canyon University, or believe that I could have my master's degree before 25. Because I was seen in that moment, I have had the opportunity to see countless other students and to make a difference in their life, which has brought me endless joy in my own life. Because I was seen in that moment, I got to live my dreams and I got to be me. Because of that moment and so many others, I am the person who I am today. And I will continue to allow myself to be seen and to see other students so that they too can possibly attain the ability to be the fullness of their character. So as I end today, I want to ask you, will you join me in seeing and being seen? Will you not just look at me, but have the courage to see me? Will you have the courage to see the person sitting next to you or the person behind you? When you leave here today and you pass by all the other students, will you truly see them? And I want to take it one step further and say, will you have the courage to be seen? Will you be all of the goodness of who you are and who you were meant to be? Will you put down the mask of, I'm fine, and own your broken and messy self? There are people in your life who have earned the right to see you. Will you let them? Will you choose to live a life of wholeheartedness and be real and authentic and vulnerable? Because if we choose to be people who see and are seen, we just might be a part of something great. Thank you very much.
Wow, wow, wow. I'm so glad that we don't actually have to vote on who is the best. Would that be difficult? Unbelievable. How fortunate are we and how fortunate are our students to actually work with and enjoy the friendship of people like this every day. Incredible. Our next speaker is a student at Grand Canyon University. How cool is that? He's here, well, he has a difficult job, and he wants to talk about engaging in the Sisyphean task of asking us to rethink an academic old axe, the final exam. Stephen Parisi. Please welcome Stephen.
We have an epidemic within our education system, and it affects everyone here, especially us as students. Our schools have lost track of what is most important and what we should be focusing on. Our current focus is upon grades and whether or not a student will pass or fail. And because of this, this is the message that our generation is receiving. We are hearing that failure is unacceptable. Our focus needs to be something different, and it has to change. It has to be on whether or not our students and our future students value their education and value their learning. And from that, we can build upon some great things. And I think because of our current focus, we have some pretty sad statistics that I need to share with you. The current high school dropout rate in the US is at about 6% of high school students. Here in Arizona, the dropout rate for high school students is at about 7.8%. And before you can let that settle, it hits even closer to home and gets personal. Because here in Phoenix, only 36% of high school students will be attending a university, and of that 36%, it isn't for certain if they're going to graduate. I'm here to ask you a simple question. Why? Why is it in one of the most developed and flourished countries we have this epidemic present? To gain some perspective on this situation, I want everyone here to think back to when you were in high school. Think back to your Algebra 1 class. You're sitting down, you're probably messing around with your calculator because that's all we really did. And I'm going to ask you something simple. Why did you study? Why was it that for 4 years of your high school education, you chose to study? I think that within 3 reasons, I can sum up most of your answers. Reason number 1 is parental figures. I would say most people have parental figures who at least want us to do well in school and get good grades. And along with that, it is in our best interest as students to not get grounded over the weekend. And in order for that to happen, we need the grades. Reason number 2 does come extracurriculars. Sports are a major part of our high school culture, and we get excited about it. And in order for our Tom Brady to play in the state championship, come back in the second half for the win, we need him on the field with the right grades, and that's how he's going to do it. And along with sports does come music and the arts. For myself, music was a big motivator to continue my education. And reason number 3 is quite simple. It's just grades. I would not be standing here if I didn't have the right GPA to attain a certain scholarship to be on the stage. And along with that does come final exams. And before the students start stressing out and everyone else rejoices for being done with finals, let it sit for a sec. And with grades in mind and scholarships, I would like to cue the ushers from the right side of the arena, the left, and the back to start passing the offering plates to support the Stephen Needs to Go to Education and Be an Educator Foundation. No, I'm just kidding. I wouldn't do that. But if you want to be no, I'm just kidding. And so with this said, I think these reasons are fine by themselves. I'm not saying they're bad. They're good motivators. But they have one simple problem with them, all in common: extrinsic motivation. I'm not saying that this reward-based motivation is bad. I mean, we use it in our daily lives. I just did it last night. For instance, I have laundry, and the reward and the reason I am motivated to do that laundry is the reward of clean clothes. But I think when that's the only kind of motivation, for instance, grades, within our schools, there's a big, big issue. So let's take, for an example, the student who does not have prevalent parental figures. And further, what if he or she is not involved in sports or extracurriculars? Should we expect that student to be motivated? And should we expect this dropout rate to start lowering to 1%? I think there's this sad reality that we have this big group of students who simply cannot be motivated to the level we want them to be. We have this huge standard that every student has to be at the same level every day of class, when in reality, the rest of the students who can't be motivated are down here and they can't get higher. What we need so desperately is intrinsic motivation. We need students who say, I want to be in school because I value learning and I want to know more and pursue an education. That's all intrinsic motivation is. You are motivated because you find personal enjoyment out of what you do, and that's what we need for those students. With that said, I'm not telling you that I have some perfect solution that will lower the dropout rate to 1%. I am here to say that I have an idea and somewhere to start, because it needs to start now. So let's go back to the final. And students, stop what you're thinking. I know you looked at the title and it said final exams and outdated practice. No, we're not taking it away. And before you stop listening, because as a student I'm saying we need finals, that's crazy. Give me a second to explain. There are three main reasons for the final exam and plenty of others, but I'll give you the main three. One, we need to be put in a stressful situation where we need to use and retain our information. Two, you get put in a stressful situation, like I said, and teachers get an accurate representation of that. And they can see where you're at and where you need to go. And three comes testing. We would not have med students if they did not practice testing. It's simple as that. I honestly do not know how you guys do it. I am very impressed. So like I said, we do need the final. But there's one problem I have, actually three. The final exam is not creative for students. It's not empowering, and it's not motivating. I firmly believe that the final exam, as it is the biggest assessment of the year, needs to be something that pertains to our workforce. It's something where students can get an experience and say, this was worth my time, and it's something I want to do and look forward to. Did you hear that? That means a student would want to take the final exam. That's insane. So what is this idea? What is this thing I'm talking about? Well, it's another way to take the file. It's a project-based final, and it's an alternate one. So a student would be empowered because they would get to choose what final they want. I'm not saying they'd have to do this new one. They could take the normal final. That's fine. But it would empower students because they have the choice. And it would be creative because I would let students create an idea, apply what they learned in the school year, and put it into a project. So let's take the 10th grade English classroom. There are a lot of standards in this classroom for good reason. We need to keep our schools and teachers in check, and they need to make sure our students are learning what they need to know for the next level of education. So let's say a student was in this English classroom and said, I would like to write a story, a short story, or even a research paper, and then present on his or her findings at the end of the year, and let them be assessed on that. Because I think if we have more experience, more project and experiential learning, then our students will get into the workforce, know their strengths and weaknesses, and be prepared as they can be. And they'd be motivated. You know why? Hopefully it's something they're passionate about. A non-writer's probably not going to write an entire story just because they wanted to. They probably wouldn't be motivated to do so. So in this class, we might get passionate writers, along with a teacher who is probably passionate about that subject as well. And it would promote creativity, because with the standards, I think there are so many that it restricts our teachers. And if a teacher is less creative because of this, it reflects on the classroom, having a less creative classroom. And if we have a less creative classroom, there's a higher chance of less creative students. And that is not what we want for the future. And with this said, I cannot go out without addressing one fatal flaw to this idea. And the fatal flaw is that we need the right teacher to try this. We can't say, hey, Arizona, United States, let's try this. Because at that level, quite frankly, if we tried that, I don't think it would work. I think we should say, hey, here's a teacher who is already motivating their students to sit in a plastic chair 5 days a week. That's a big deal. And two, the motivation is there, and they're already creative in the classroom for their students. And say, hey, here's our idea. This is what we'd like to do. Here's our goals, and here's an example. And even if that failed, even if it didn't work, I don't think there'd be a problem. It would just be a matter of time you took into the project. Because I think if the student tried the project, it would be an experience, and they couldn't make that up. If they wanted to do well on this, they would have to know what they know because they're using it in a practical situation. So even if that student was like, look, I can't do this anymore, and the teacher was like, sorry, we're not doing this idea anymore, I bet they would do better on the normal final exam. Give it to them. I think if they know their information from experience, I think they would do best in the class. And you want to hear something insane? When I was a senior in high school, as a student, I was a part of a similar idea. And he has no idea I'm saying this, and he probably doesn't want all this going towards him. But the teacher who implemented this similar idea was a speaker from this morning. He was Dr. Tonkinson. And he said, look, it might not be specific to the subject, It may be close, but he said, let's let students create an idea that might change the society we live in. And let's give them an experience. And that teacher decided to guide them in the process once every few weeks. And we experienced something so unique in our education, something that we valued. And the message we were sent was not that failure is unacceptable. We learned, including myself, that failure is not a stopping point. Failure is a stepping stone towards positive change and success. And we learned to mess up. And it wasn't a bad thing. It was something good because we could improve that. That's why this event got here, because they improved from the ground up. And even though there were mistakes, it's here today and it's working. With that said, why are you here? Why did you decide to buy a ticket, sit down, and listen to some speakers? You are intrinsically motivated. You are here because you thought you might find some personal enjoyment out of sitting down and listening. And it might challenge your curiosity, and you might learn something, and you would want to do that. So why am I here? Why would I want to speak in front of everyone? That's scary. It is. It's a lot of people. And the reason is because I realized something recently in college. Remember when I asked you why you studied? That simple question. And the reasons I gave you, those did not fully apply to me. While I was motivated because of those things, I was intrinsically motivated. I wanted to sit down in a plastic chair for 6 hours a day, 5 days a week. That's unreal. Might not have been all those minutes and all those seconds, but I wanted to be there. I'm the kind of person who has to be constantly moving up and down and keeping going. And the only reason why I would want to sit down for more than an hour is if it was something I was actually motivated and passionate about. And I firmly believe that if we start implementing ideas, we might get more students intrinsically motivated. Because I was motivated because I enjoyed half my classes. It's that simple. 2 music classes, an English class, a history class. I enjoyed those. And I think if we start bringing in intrinsic motivation, we might start sparking a new idea of the value in learning. Our students might learn more, and they would want to learn. So that when I'm in a classroom in 20 years down the road, I'd be 40 years old. And when I ask my students why you studied, I think they would say, I studied because I enjoy my education. I studied because I want to, and I enjoy education. And I studied because I want to pursue a higher education. Thank you.
Great job, Stephen. Our GCU students are amazing people. I think it is safe to say, well done, one of my students, of course, safe to say that our next guest speaker doesn't really need an introduction in the heart of Lopes country. However, I just want to say 2 things real quickly. This gentleman has touched the lives of hundreds of thousands of people. But I think all of this is due to an unfulfilled desire that he personally has about never becoming a professional basketball coach. And with that, we welcome Brian Mueller to discuss vision, our 5 pillars.
Thank you very much. Thanks for being here. Thanks for inviting me to be here. I sometimes wonder why things are happening at Grand Canyon like they do. And just listening to Allison and Stephen, it just reminds me that things happen because of the unbelievable talent that we have around here, both faculty, staff, students. In fact, I was so impressed by Allison's message that I changed my message, and I want to talk about looking and seeing. How many of you are business students? Are there any business students out here? Fantastic. I want to challenge you today. And yes, I did start out as a coach, and I will talk like a coach. I can't help it. I get in front of an audience, and I feel like I'm in front of my team. And so if I speak that way, it's because that's been my background. But I think it's time that we stopped looking at the world or looking around the world or looking through the world, and we start seeing the world the way it really is. And I don't think there's ever been a greater or starker contrast in our world than what exists in America today. And I think we have to start seeing it for what it is and confronting it directly and doing something about it versus talking about it. We just came out of a presidential campaign where we talked a lot about business and Wall Street and problems on Wall Street. We also talked a lot about inner cities and poverty. And we live in an incredibly complex time. Those of you that are following business and following Wall Street and where things are going in this country, we've never had a run-up like this. We've never had a time where Wall Street is just exploding. But we've also never had a time where our inner cities were exploding at the same time. And so we live in this world today, in this country today, of these stark contrasts. Now, I will speak from a Christian worldview perspective because that's what I am. I hope this has some application for you, whether you are a Christ follower or not. But I sometimes think that God looks down on this and says, you know, there is stark contrast here that's unacceptable. And when is somebody going to stop talking about it and start doing something about it? And that's what we're trying to do at Grand Canyon. That's the thing that has become our purpose. One of the things I've learned in the last 8 years is that that Washington cannot solve the problem of poverty. I was a history major, and I taught history for a long time, and I remember the 1960s and Lyndon Johnson, and he came out with this great plan that he was going to conduct a war on poverty. And he had the best of intentions, but what happened is he created an entitlement system that created a lot of dependency, and poverty's gotten worse, not better. And our inner cities have gotten worse, not better. And they continue to get worse. Washington cannot solve the problem of poverty. The problem of poverty starts with business, and it can only be fixed by business. What happens in inner cities? This used to be a middle-class community. In fact, an upper-middle-class community. This used to be a thriving community. If you drive up and down Camelback and Indian School, you will see warehouses and you will see factories that used to employ people that created jobs that created a lot of prosperity here. But you'll see a lot of them today empty. What happens is one company moves out and the tax base erodes, another company moves out, the tax base erodes, another company moves out, the tax base erodes. The momentum starts going in that direction, and pretty soon there's not enough money for public schools and parks and golf courses and pools and things that make a neighborhood worth living in. And so the people that can move out do, and the people that have to stay do, and what happens? The gangs sense weakness, and the gangs move in and they bring prostitution and they bring drugs and they bring gambling and those things that continue to deteriorate a population of people, and then you have an inner city. And so how do you turn that around? What I believe I've learned in the last 8 years is that Washington can't do it. It cannot be done from there. It can only be done in neighborhoods, but it can be done in neighborhoods. It absolutely can be done in neighborhoods. It requires two things. The first thing that it requires is a catalyst. Somebody has to plant a flag in the ground and say, we're pushing back the other way. This can go the other way. 2010, when we had gone to Wall Street in 2008 to ask for money to go build out a Christian university at 33rd Avenue and Camelback, it was a miracle that we got that out, but we did, and that gave us the capital. We had our first partner, our investors, that gave us the capital to come back and build a university out. By 2010, it became obvious to us that we were going to be able to invest $1 billion in building a campus. We thought that was going to happen. So the big question is, do you do it at 33rd Avenue and Camelback in the midst of all this poverty, or do you go someplace that is cleaner and more washed? Do you go to Scottsdale or Paradise Valley or Gilbert or any of those places? It was that decision that formed the purpose of Grand Canyon. Somebody had to say, we're going to be the catalyst. We're going to plant our flag here for better or worse, and we're going to start pushing back the other way. And that's what's happened, and God has blessed us in unbelievable ways. We are now a $3 billion market cap company. We have 80,000 plus students, 18,000 on the campus, and we have 65,000 students studying online. Elliot Pollack just finished an economic impact study that says we're worth $1.1 billion annually to the Arizona economy, and a lot of that is because we have now 9,500 employees. We've become a major employer right here at 33rd Avenue and Camelback. We have 3,800 full-time, 3,100 part-time, 2,500 student workers. That is bringing a lot of wealth, a lot of money, a lot of prosperity to this neighborhood. And so what we could have done at that point is draw a wall around the neighborhood and say, let's just make it safe here and let the government deal with the world that's outside of us. But you see, the government's been trying for decades and they can't do anything about it. And so step two, in addition to building this business and causing it to prosper, bringing wealth and money and prosperity to this place, the second thing we needed to do is keep that going, because ultimately nothing changes without jobs. We've created 9,500 jobs here, but we have to keep creating them. And so we have formed a partnership with some of our graduates, and we're going to keep doing that. The idea is to look at every piece of property or asset that exists on the west side and say, if we invest in that asset, can it become a thriving business that will employ people? And so that's why we redeveloped the golf course. That's why we developed the hotel. That's why we have 2 restaurants. That's why we have a coffee company. In the next 6 months, we're going to have a Canyon Exchange company, a Canyon Promotions company, and a Canyon Advertising company. We're going to hire our recent graduates, let them interview, hire them, give them the capital, give them an advisory board, and tell them to build that business, but then hire people in the neighborhood, because nothing permanently changes without jobs. But because of the 9,500 jobs we have here, because of the additional jobs that we'll continue to create as we invest in businesses and assets on the west side that are worthy of investment, that can bring prosperity through jobs, this is going to be a much more desirable place to live. The third thing we had to do is we had to say, you know what, our campus is safe. We have our own police force of 174 policemen and women, but the neighborhood's not. And we can't accept God's blessings without extending them into the neighborhood. So we did sign a $1 million contract with the city of Phoenix Police and said, you know what, let's get people out there and let's oversaturate this neighborhood with policemen and let's get the crime out. We've been working on that for 4 years now. It's not perfect, I understand that, but crime is down 30% year over year in this neighborhood. It's improving rapidly, and it's going to continue to improve. The more positive things you bring to a place, the more the bad guys want to move out and go someplace else in our neighborhood. So our neighborhood is getting safer. The fourth thing was that we see all these beautiful buildings, these classrooms, these laboratories, 17 residence halls, 24 restaurants, 4 pools. It's a beautiful place that God's blessed us with, but the neighborhood wasn't changing. And so we formed another partnership with Habitat for Humanity, and we said, let's sign the biggest contract in the history of the world with Habitat. And let's raise money through the state tax credit program. Last year we raised $1.5 million. This year we're going to raise $1.85 million. Let's set as a goal that we're going to rehab 700 homes in our neighborhood in a 5-year time frame. That sounds like a lofty goal, but we've already done 120. Those of you that have helped us with that, thank you very much. Channel 3 just did a study on the entire valley. They released the results about 60 days ago, and what they determined was that property values are up in this neighborhood 30% year over year, which is more than any neighborhood in the valley. More than any neighborhood in the valley. Property values are up in this neighborhood. Things are moving. With crime being down 30% and housing values being up 30%, with more than 10,000 jobs being created, this is going to be a desirable place to live. The last thing that we wanted to go at was schools. People thought that we were going to build a series of Grand Canyon University charter schools, and we said no, but we're very interested in getting behind the public school system in our neighborhood. We started a tutoring program 4 years ago. We had 20 students involved and some students from Alhambra High School. When we started the school year this year, we have 1,200 students involved, providing tutoring and mentoring to 55 different schools in the neighborhood. But in order to energize a neighborhood and really get the momentum going, you have to form real partnerships that create real programs, that create real measurable results. And so when you can go out to the world and you can say crime's down 30%, housing values are up 30%, and then you can say we've had an incredible success story with a local public school. I got to know Alhambra High School principal about 4 years ago, and I asked him what he was going to do with his high school because he was new, and he said, well, here's my challenge. I have 2,800 students, 82% are Latino, 90% live below the poverty line. We're a failing school. I listened to him talk for a long time, and I thought, you know, the difference between what you're explaining to me about your school and one in Scottsdale or Paradise Valley between 8 o'clock and 3 o'clock, there's not much difference. It's about the same. But between 3 o'clock and 8 o'clock, everything changes in an inner city neighborhood, especially one like this. We don't have welfare in this neighborhood. The neighbors are, there's a lot of immigrants. They come from Africa, they come from Central America, and they come from Mexico. And many of them are working 2 jobs at minimum wage, and a lot of them haven't graduated from 8th grade. So our kids in our neighborhood, they don't get the help between 3 o'clock and 8 o'clock that other kids get. Whatever they learn between 8 and 3 is what they learn, but that's it. They're on their own. The purpose of the Learning Lounge, the purpose of the 1,200 tutors is to give students a chance to get 8 or 9 or 10 hours a week spent with a college junior or senior that can help them master algebra and give them confidence so that they'll take algebra, trigonometry, and maybe then even take calculus and start to get a different view of their life, start to get a different vision of their life. And we've had incredible success. Those of you that are students that have helped us with that, thank you very much because the results are unbelievable. We've had a lot of great days at Grand Canyon in my time here, but I will tell you right at the top was last Tuesday. We went over to Alhambra High School at 8 o'clock because there was a big announcement going to get made. It was an incredibly emotional time. The students were really excited because they had embarked upon a process as a school to try to win an award. It's called the Beat the Odds Gold Award. Only 7 schools in Arizona have earned that award, and it charts your progress as a school. So 2,800 kids, 82% Latino, 90% live below the poverty line. You know what they did? They won the Beat the Odds Gold Award. They won it last Tuesday. There's only 7 schools that have ever won that award, and they're the only large comprehensive public school that's ever won the award. Their faculty, their staff, and their students deserve so much credit for what they've achieved. They're the ones that I tell their faculty, you're the ones that go into that school every single day and spend 8 or 10 hours with these kids. You are the heroes. But it's hard to do things yourself. And so if we can give a little bit of a hand up, if we can help out between 3 o'clock and 8 o'clock, together we can accomplish something that nobody ever thought we could accomplish. Now, we've got now a bunch of companies who want to get behind this project. We've raised $700,000, and we've awarded so far 200 full tuition scholarships to kids that go through the Learning Lounge out of these schools and who attend more than 100 hours in the lounge, get a 3.5 GPA or higher. Our goal is 800 scholarships. I want you to think about 800 kids from this neighborhood who never thought they would get a chance to go to college, being on a scholarship to go to a college with a 100% graduation rate. If we can make that happen, if we can finish our habitat program and get 800 homes refurbished and the housing values going up, if we can make the neighborhood safe, if we can keep creating jobs, what will happen here is that an inner city neighborhood will become a middle-class neighborhood. There will be prosperity. People will want to live here, and it'll become a model for what can happen in every major inner city. We live in an unbelievable country with an unbelievable, powerful economy. If we will harness everything that we have available to us and work together, there doesn't need to be inner cities. This is going to be an example of that. My biggest hope for our students, I have a lot of hope for our students and for our graduates, but my biggest one is this, that you will be in the middle of this, and thank you for all of you that are helping us do this. But whether you directly participate or not, that you will see it happen. And at 10 years from now, when you've graduated and you've gone out into the world and you've got a fantastic job and career going, you'll get your family in the car and you'll drive back through this neighborhood and say, you know what, I was a student when this happened. I was part of this. I helped at the Phoenix Dream Center, the Phoenix Rescue Mission. I helped with the tutoring and mentoring program. I helped with the Habitat program. I saw firsthand what education should be, which is creative ideas about partnership and the use of business to eliminate poverty. That's what we should be doing. It can be done. It's being done in this neighborhood. We just need to replicate it. To all the students that participated in this event and put it on, thank you very much. It's an example of what our students do on an everyday basis. For those of you who are out there that are going to employ people, are currently employing people, you want our students first every single time. If you didn't get anything else out of this besides that, you want our students first. Thanks for being here.
Thank you, Brian Mueller. You can see the passion that has become the heart of GCU, and with that, we are done with our session number 3, and that allows us a break. I believe we are up for a 15-minute break. No, I'm wrong. Wouldn't be the first time. Don't tell my students that, though.
325.
325, okay.
325, back here, stretch your legs, do a little networking, get on Whova app.
Spelled W-H-O.
Whova.
V-A.
Whova, yes.
Whova.
By the way, just for your planning the rest of the afternoon, there is on the agenda one more break. That break we're going to skip and move right into our final speakers. So we should be finished here about 20 minutes earlier than the agenda and the speaker list shows.
Thank you all very much.
Once again, I'd like to thank Grand Canyon University, without whom we would not be able to put on an event like this. Unbelievable support. At the end of the program, we'll be actually calling out some names who have gone way above and beyond to assist us. And Canyon State Credit Union, major supporter of the university and a major supporter of TEDx, Grand Canyon University. Thank you so much. Also, 11th Monkey, the Newton, Frame the Message, Inc. I like that name. That's fantastic. Frame the Message, Inc. Thank you. We'll see you in about 20 minutes. Thank you. 25 minutes. Just a quick note, because we've dropped one of the breaks, everybody, we've decided to start this session a few minutes later, just so if those speakers had folks coming to see their talk, they wouldn't miss them because we started too soon. So we'll be starting in another 5-7 minutes or so. Thanks.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are at the 3-minute call. We will kick off in 3 minutes. So please, those of you in the lobby, come on in, take your seats. 3 minutes.
Yes. Welcome back. I like that. Woo! What's it like outside? I haven't been outside for several hours. Beautiful day? All right. Well, thank you for resisting the temptation to go enjoy the beautiful day and sharing your time with us. So this final group will be all the remaining speakers. For those that didn't capture the final break that it shows in the program, we're going to skip that break. We're going to skip that break, which is why we started a little bit late here. There'll be 2 videos, 2 TED Talk videos, which we are very interesting, but we are also part of our contract with TED to show, so we will share those with you. We'll be starting with Sir Ken Robinson video. I think someone noted that Ken Robinson is the most popular all-time TED speaker and with respect to the number of views he's had on his talks. The guy's brilliant, genius, very funny, unlike me, according to everybody I see in the lobby. Paul, your jokes are so lame. So I'm working on it, right? But so you got these English, the soccer league, right? Ties? You get soccer game 0-0? Come on. If I still have to explain it, I don't know. Okay, so we'll watch a video, then we'll continue with our speakers. Enjoy.
I was here 4 years ago, and I remember at the time that the talks weren't put online. I think they were given to TEDsters in a box set of DVDs, which they put on their shelves where they are now. And actually, Chris called me a week after I'd given my talk and said, we're going to start putting them online. Could we put yours online? I said, sure. And 4 years later, as he said, it's been seen by it's been downloaded 4 million times. So I suppose you could multiply that by 20 or something to get the number of people who've seen it. And as Chris says, there is a hunger for videos of me. You know. Don't you feel? So this whole event has been an elaborate build-up to me doing another one for you, so here it is. Al Gore spoke at the TED conference I spoke at 4 years ago and talked about the climate crisis, and I referenced that at the end of my last talk. So I want to pick up from there, because I only had 18 minutes, frankly. And so as I was saying, you see, he's right. I mean, there is a major climate crisis, obviously, and I think if people don't believe it, they should get out more. But I believe there's a second climate crisis, which is as severe, which has the same origins, and that we have to deal with the same urgency. And I mean by this, and you may say, by the way, look, I'm good. You know, I have one climate crisis. I don't really need the second one. But this is a crisis of not natural resources, though I believe that's true, but a crisis of human resources. I believe fundamentally, as many speakers have said during the past few days, that we make very poor use of our talents. Very many people go through their whole lives having no real sense of what their talents may be, or if they have any to speak of. I meet all kinds of people who don't think they're really good at anything. Actually, I kind of divide the world into two groups now. Jeremy Bentham, the great utilitarian philosopher, once spiked this argument. You know, he said there are two types of people in this world: those who divide the world into two types, and those who do not. Well, well, I do. And I meet all kinds of people who don't enjoy what they do. They simply go through their lives getting on with it. They get no great pleasure from what they do. They endure it rather than enjoy it and wait for the weekend. But I also meet people who love what they do and couldn't imagine doing anything else. If you said to them, don't do this anymore, they'd wonder what you were talking about. Because it isn't what they do, it's who they are. They say, but this is me. You know, it would be foolish for me to abandon this because it speaks to my most authentic self. And it's not true of enough people. In fact, on the contrary, I think it's still true of a minority of people. And I think there are many possible explanations for it. And high among them is education. Because education, in a way, dislocates very many people from their natural talents. And human resources are like natural resources. They're often buried deep. You have to go looking for them. They're not just lying around on the surface. You have to create the circumstances where they show themselves. And you might imagine education would be the way that happens, but too often it's not. Every education system in the world is being reformed at the moment, and it's not enough. Reform is no use anymore, because that's simply improving a broken model. What we need, and the word's been used many times during the course of the past few days, is not evolution, but a revolution in education. This has to be transformed into something else. One of the real challenges is to innovate fundamentally in education. Innovation is hard because it means doing something that people don't find very easy for the most part. It means challenging what we take for granted, things that we think are obvious. The great problem for reform or transformation is the tyranny of common sense. Things that people think, well, they can't be done any other way because that's the way it's done. I came across a great quote recently from Abraham Lincoln, who I thought you'd be pleased to have quoted at this point. He said this in December 1862 to the second annual meeting of Congress. I ought to explain that I have no idea what was happening at the time. We don't teach American history in Britain. We suppress it. You know, this is our policy, so... So no doubt something fascinating was happening in December 1862, which the Americans among us will be aware of. But he said this: the dogmas of the quiet past are inadequate to the stormy present. The occasion is piled high with difficulty, and we must rise with the occasion. I love that. Not rise to it, rise with it. As our case is new, so we must think anew and act anew. We must disenthrall ourselves, and then we shall save our country. I love that word, disenthrall. You know what it means? That there are ideas that all of us are enthralled to, which we simply take for granted as the natural order of things, the way things are. And many of our ideas have been formed not to meet the circumstances of this century, but to cope with the circumstances of previous centuries. But our minds are still hypnotized by them, and we have to disenthrall ourselves of some of them. Now, doing this is easier said than done. It's very hard to know, by the way, what it is you take for granted. And the reason is that you take it for granted. So let me ask you something you may take for granted. How many of you here are over the age of 25? That's not what I think you take for granted. I'm sure you're familiar with that already, but... Are there any people here under the age of 25? Great. Now, those over 25, could you put your hands up if you're wearing a wristwatch? Now, that's a great deal of us, isn't it? Ask a room full of teenagers the same thing. Teenagers do not wear wristwatches. I don't mean they can't or they're not allowed to, they just often choose not to. And the reason is, you see, that we were brought up in a pre-digital culture, those of us over 25, and so for us, if you want to know the time, you have to wear something to tell it. Kids now live in a world which is digitized, and the time for them is everywhere. They see no reason to do this. And by the way, you don't need to do it either, it's just that you've always done it, and you carry on doing it. My daughter never wears a watch. My daughter Kate, who's 20, she doesn't see the point. You know, as she says, you know, like, it's a single-function device. You know, like... like, how lame is that? You know, and I say, no, it tells the date as well. You know, it has multiple functions. But you see, there are things we're enthralled to in education. Let me give you a couple of examples. One of them is the idea of linearity. That it starts here, and you go through a track, and if you do everything right, you will end up set for the rest of your life. Everybody who's spoken at TED has told us implicitly or sometimes explicitly a different story, that life is not linear, it's organic. We create our lives symbiotically as we explore our talents in relation to the circumstances they help to create for us. But you know, we have become obsessed with this linear narrative, and probably the pinnacle for education is getting you to college. I think we are obsessed with getting people to college. certain sorts of college. I don't mean you shouldn't go to college, but not everybody needs to go, and not everybody needs to go now. Maybe they go later, not right away. I was up in San Francisco a while ago doing a book signing. There was this guy buying a book. He was in his 30s, and I said, "What do you do?" And he said, "I'm a fireman." And I said, "How long have you been a fireman?" He said, "Always. I've always been a fireman." And I said, "Well, when did you decide?" He said, "As a kid." He said, "Actually, it was a problem for me at school, because at school, everybody wanted to be a fireman." He said, "But I wanted to be a fireman." And he said, "When I got to the senior year of school, my teachers didn't take it seriously. This one teacher didn't take it seriously. He said, I was throwing my life away if that's all I chose to do with it. That I should go to college, I should become a professional person, I had great potential, and I was wasting my talent to do that." And he said it was humiliating, because he said it in front of the whole class, and I really felt dreadful. But it's what I wanted. And as soon as I left school, I applied to the fire service, and I was accepted. And he said, I was thinking about that guy recently, just a few minutes ago when you were speaking about this teacher. He said, because 6 months ago, I saved his life. He said he was in a car wreck, and I pulled him out, gave him CPR, and I saved his wife's life as well. He said, I think he thinks better of me now. You know what I mean? Human communities depend upon a diversity of talent, not a singular conception of ability. And at the heart of our challenges, at the heart of the challenge is to reconstitute our sense of ability and of intelligence. This linearity thing is a problem. When I arrived in LA about 9 years ago, I came across a policy statement, very well intentioned, which said college begins in kindergarten. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. If we had time, I could go into this, but we don't. Kindergarten begins in kindergarten. A friend of mine once said, a 3-year-old is not half a 6-year-old. They're 3. But as we just heard in this last session, there's such competition now to get into kindergarten, to get to the right kindergarten, that people are being interviewed for it at 3. Kids sitting in front of unimpressed panels, with their resumes. Flicking through it, saying, "What, this is it?" You've been around for 36 months, and this is it. You've achieved nothing. Spent the first 6 months breastfeeding, what I can say. It's outrageous as a conception, but it tracks through. The other big issue is conformity. We have built our education systems on the model of fast food. This is something Jamie Oliver talked about the other day. There are 2 models of quality assurance in catering. One is fast food, where everything is standardized. The other are things like Zagat and Michelin restaurants, where everything is not standardized. They're customized to local circumstances. And we have sold ourselves into a fast food model of education. And it's impoverishing our spirits and our energies as much as fast food is depleting our physical bodies. I think we have to recognize a couple of things here. One is that human talent is tremendously diverse. People have very different aptitudes. I worked out recently that I was given a guitar as a kid at about the same time that Eric Clapton got his first guitar. It worked out for Eric, that's all I'm saying. In a way, it did not for me. I could not get this thing to work, no matter how often and how hard I blew into it. It just wouldn't work. But it's not only about that, it's about passion. Often people are good at things they don't really care for. It's about passion and what excites our spirit and our energy. And if you're doing the thing that you love to do, that you're good at, time takes a different course entirely. My wife's just finished writing a novel, and I think it's a great book. But she disappears for hours on end. You know this. If you're doing something you love, an hour feels like 5 minutes. If you're doing something that doesn't resonate with your spirit, 5 minutes feels like an hour. And the reason so many people are opting out of education is because it doesn't feed their spirit. It doesn't feed their energy or their passion. So I think we have to change metaphors. We have to go from what is essentially an industrial model of education, a manufacturing model, which is based on linearity and conformity and batching people. We have to move to a model that is based more on principles of agriculture. We have to recognize that human flourishing is not a mechanical process, it's an organic process. And you cannot predict the outcome of human development. All you can do is, like a farmer, is create the conditions under which they will begin to flourish. So when we look at reforming education and transforming it, it isn't like cloning a system. There are great ones, like KIPS, it's a great system. There are many great models. It's about customizing them to your circumstances and personalizing education to the people you're actually teaching. And doing that, I think, is the answer to the future, because it's not about scaling a new solution. It's about creating a movement in education in which people develop their own solutions, but with external support based on a personalized curriculum. Now, in this room, there are people who represent extraordinary resources in business, in multimedia, in the internet. These technologies, combined with extraordinary talents of teachers, provide an opportunity to revolutionize education. And I urge you to get involved in it, because it's vital not just to ourselves, but to the future of our children. But we have to change from the industrial model to an agricultural model where each school can be flourishing tomorrow. That's where children experience life, or at home if that's where they choose to be educated with their families or their friends. There's been a lot of talk about dreams over the course of this few days. And I wanted just to, very quickly, I was very struck by Natalie Merchant's songs last night, recovering old poems. I wanted to read you a quick, very short poem from W.B. Yeats, who some of you may know. He wrote this to his love, Maud Gonne, and he was bewailing the fact that he couldn't really give her what he thought she wanted from him. And he says, "I've got something else, but it may not be for you." He says this: "Had I the heavens embroidered cloths, enwrought with gold and silver light, of blue and the dim and the dark cloths, of night and light and the half-light, I would spread the cloths under your feet. But I, being poor, have only my dreams. I have spread my dreams under your feet. Tread softly, because you tread on my dreams. And every day, everywhere, our children spread their dreams beneath our feet. And we should tread softly." Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
So I think now you know why he's the most favorite TED speaker of all time. Fantastic, huh? So I can't do the British accent, but I can try a joke since I've been called out as being lame. So did you know that 5 out of every 4 people don't understand statistics? Do I have to explain that to anybody? All right, yes. One of my students. Okay, I have a great pleasure of announcing our next speaker. If you've looked at the bio, you've noticed this gentleman has had an incredibly rich life, however, full of challenges. When I was getting to know him before this afternoon, he was sharing with me that he considers himself quite a funny fellow and actually thought of being a comedian. And it's one of the few things that he regrets that he never was ever quite able to do, because you usually start out as a comedian as a stand-up comedian. And it didn't work out for him. David Schneider, please welcome David to the stage. That was approved, wasn't it, David?
Yeah, we're
All
good.
right.
Thanks. When I was about 7 years old, I found the key to success in a pizza box. I just didn't know it at the time. Because I've been disabled my entire life, I've held myself to a different standard than that of an able-bodied person. This made me feel like an alien. I wasn't your average able-bodied person, and I wasn't your average disabled person. I'm here to talk to you today about power of perspective. Now, perspective in your life can affect everything. And by everything, I mean everyday obstacles, everyday life, and everything. Today, I'm going to give you a universal key to unlock happiness and success in your life. That is perspective. Now, the definition of perspective is a simple one. It's a point of view or a way of looking at something. But it can also relate to your everyday life. For example, let's imagine for a second that you're in your favorite restaurant. It's late evening, you just sat down at your table, and you notice there's a person in that restaurant, a disabled person in that restaurant, and they're having to be fed. Now, a person could walk by and think to themselves, wow, I really feel bad for this person, for this disabled person. They're out in a public setting and they're having to be fed in front of everybody. Or instead, a person can walk by and think, wow, there's a person in this restaurant, not a disabled person, a person in this restaurant, and they have extra challenges. And they have someone in their life that considers them an equal and is willing to help them with their everyday challenges that they have. It's all perspective. It's all the way you look at it. Now, with perspective as simple as it is, it's also very complex and powerful. It can change your life with just a simple thought. Perspective, instead of just getting by in life, it's perspective that'll help you succeed. Now, I want to share a short story about how perspective was introduced in my life. Now, like I said earlier, I've been disabled my entire life, and when I was younger, instead of getting around, in the house, instead of getting around in a big bulky wheelchair following me around, little kid, big wheelchair, I had what was like a kid's pedal bike without pedals on it. And I have limited mobility in my hips, so I was able to move around the house in it. And one weekend, I spent over at my brother's house, and he was entertaining some guests. So I pretty much stayed out of the way and went to bed early. Well, the next morning I woke up and I was hungry. So I get up and I get on my scooter and I start looking around the house for something to eat. So I head to the kitchen and sitting there looking around, I'm like, okay, the house is completely quiet. Everybody's asleep. There's nobody up. There's nobody here to help me get some food. What am I going to do? So what I do is go into the kitchen, and I notice there's this pizza box there. And it was a little bit out of my reach, and there's nothing around. I was looking around. There's nothing for me to grab. There's no way for me to get this pizza box. And like I said earlier, it was really quiet. Everybody was asleep. There was nobody around. So I was thinking to myself, how am I going to be able to get this pizza? So I look around, and in front of on the front of the refrigerator, strapped to the front of it was one of those old magnetic can openers. And I was like, all right, but I could probably get that. So I try to reach for it, and it's quite a bit out of my reach. But underneath that magnetic can opener was a menu or like a brochure for a local restaurant. I'm like, well, maybe I can grab that brochure, grab it with my mouth, pull it down, and I get it and open this pizza box. I mean, I'm hungry. So that's what I did. I went over to the refrigerator as close as I could to it. I was reaching as far as I could, and I was able to grab the corner of the menu underneath the magnetic can opener. And I started pulling on it, started pulling down a little bit, wiggling a little bit. And of course, what do you think happens? The magnet almost falls. And I was like, oh no, my whole life is over. I'm not going to be able to get this pizza. This thing hits the ground, I'm done. So I was thinking to myself, well, maybe if I pull it at a certain angle, go slower, not pull on it as hard, I can get it down, and I can get to this magnetic can opener so I could get to this pizza box. So that's what I did. I grabbed the corner of it, and I started pulling down, and I was finally able to get the can opener down to where I could reach it. So I grab it with my mouth. I pull the magnetic can opener off of the refrigerator. I go back over to where the pizza box is. And first off, I couldn't reach the pizza box. It was kind of far. So I had to just kind of lean over and reach as far as I could and pull the pizza box closer with the can opener. So I finally get it to where I can reach it. And I put the can opener in the side of the pizza box. It's not its intended use, but it would work for me, you know. So I start wedging the can opener in it, and I get one side of the pizza box open. And I turn the pizza around to the other side. I stick the can opener in that side, and I start wedging it, start opening it up. Guess what happens? The first side of the pizza box falls down. I was like, what am I going to do now? How am I going to do this? So after a few trials, what I ended up doing was wedge the can opener in one side of the pizza box, push it open, leave the can opener in the box, turn the pizza box around to the other side, and then with my chin just slowly start pulling up on the other side. And it started working. And I was like, great, at last. Finally, I'm able to get this pizza box open. And when I do that, I look inside the pizza box, and there was only a couple pieces of crust. Yeah, it's okay to laugh. It wasn't funny at the time, but it's hilarious now. So that was horrible and detrimental to me. But I learned something, and I got a key to success that day. What I learned is perspective. Because instead of getting a cold, day-old piece of pizza, what I got was the cornerstone and foundation for success in life, as it is for myself, and that is perspective. You know, not that long ago, a friend of mine introduced me to power soccer. It's wheelchair soccer. Don't let the name fool you. It's a blood sport, okay? I've got the injuries to prove it. And some of which are still healing right now. And when I met and got to know these other power soccer players, and with playing with them on the teams, and some of which had disabilities, and some of them didn't have disabilities. It was open for anybody that wanted to play. I realized that people are just people. And I couldn't believe that being disabled my entire life, that I had segregated and differentiated between the two. By limiting myself, by that perspective, by limiting myself, I kept myself out of activities with other people that were disabled. I was basically limiting my happiness. I mean, these power soccer players, they have full lives. They work, they go to school, they have jobs, they have they're married or have significant others. In a way, I had created my own pizza box and created my own obstacle. That was horrible and detrimental to me. This life-changing perspective has changed my entire life since then. It's changed my vocation. First off, I now work as a quality monitor for the city, and I take services that are offered to people that are disabled, and I evaluate how the services are being delivered. It's a lot of paperwork, but I truly believe that what I'm doing is making a difference. And this life-changing perspective has also changed my schooling. Before, I was going here at Grand Canyon University for digital design, go Lopes. And now I'm studying to be a vocational rehabilitational counselor. And when I get my MA in counseling, I'm going to be helping other people with disabilities find their vocation and find their purpose in life and improve their quality of life. And I couldn't be happier with the way things are going now. And none of that would have been possible without simple change in perspective. My struggle with this, I realize now, was internal. It was something that I created on my own, and it was something simple as perspective. It was something simple as a way I was thinking in my mind. You know, we all have our own pizza box. We all have struggles in life. Mine before, when I was younger, was an actual pizza box. When I was older, it was the way I defined myself in this world. Sometimes in life, just like in my story, when you accomplish one small step and you move on to the next, the first might fall in on itself. What you have to do is you have to figure out how to not only overcome, but to succeed. We all have walls, and we all have barriers in life. We have to find a way to go over them. And the key to that, or the way to do that, is through perspective. I invite everyone here to look at your own pizza box. Don't look at them as challenges or obstacles, but look at them as something to overcome, something that you can call a personal victory. You don't have to be in a wheelchair to have your own pizza box. Whether it be work, school, personal projects, or relationships, we all have struggles. We all have a pizza box. What I want you to take away from this today is the power of perspective. Look at your own pizza box, challenge your own perspective, and find a way to overcome or exceed. Because I don't look at struggles in life as walls and barriers, but I look at them as challenges waiting to be overcome. That's my perspective. What's your pizza box? Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm inspired, I'm humbled, and I have a whole new respect for pizza. Yeah, that was supposed to be a joke, guys, come on. The next speaker, how many of you are native Phoenicians here? Woo, all right. Makes a handful of us. The next gentleman that will speak with us and share His vision of enterprise as a cause for good is a third-generation Phoenician. And he has an enterprise in which he has embedded concepts that we call conscious capitalism. It's something near and dear to my heart. And let's give Adam Goodman, our foremost expert on Peanuts, the comic strip, a hand. Thanks, Adam.
I'm going to start my talk with a dirty word, if that's okay. It's a pretty foul-mouthed word, so I understand some of you might be offended. Is that all right? The word might be so repulsive, actually, that some of you could get up and walk out the door. So I just want to give you that heads up. Well, the word is so vile that even the amazing David Schneider, our last speaker, even he can't change his perspective enough to find something good in this word. All right. You ready for it now? The word, just lean in for a little bit for me. The word is capitalism. Yeah, I know, right? Capitalism, disgusting. Almost half of all Americans have a negative view of capitalism. I say the word, you are probably picturing in your head that fat cat guy from Monopoly with the three-piece suit and the hat and the little mustache and this thing that goes in, the monocle. There's a sense that capitalism is all about greed and corruption and cheating consumers and destroying the environment and exploiting workers. Yet I stand before you today as a fervent believer in the power of capitalism as a force for good. Now, I'm not an unabashed believer in capitalism. I'm an abashed believer in capitalism. No one ever talks about being abashed at anything. I'm abashed. It's the opposite of the word you just take the prefix off. It's the opposite of the word unabashed. I am an abashed believer in capitalism. I have some shame. It's because I recognize there are bad actors out there who are extracting more value out of society than they are creating. I think I understand why they do that. I understand how capitalism is evolving to take care of that, and I understand what your role can be in this new exciting future of capitalism. Fundamentally, you got to understand, fundamentally, capitalism is good. Capitalism is good because it creates value. And capitalism is ethical because it's based on a voluntary exchange. Capitalism is noble because it gives people purpose and meaning. And capitalism is heroic because it lifts people out of poverty. 200 years ago, 80% of the world's population lived on less than $1 a day. Today, it's 16%. That's the power of capitalism lifting 2 billion people out of poverty. To take a more recent example, since 1999, China's open trade policies have lifted 350 million people out of poverty. I'd say that capitalism is the greatest anti-poverty achievement in the history of mankind. So how do you reconcile these two competing narratives of capitalism? There's the corrupt and there's the heroic. And I'd say it depends on what your perspective on the purpose of business is. Most people, when I ask, what's the purpose of business? They say it's to make a lot of money, right? That's the point, to maximize shareholder value. We've heard that phrase so many times, you think it's just natural. You think it's a law, it's some universal law of capitalism that you got to maximize shareholder value. But the truth is, that's just a trend. That's a fad. It's a passing fancy. In the long history of capitalism, look, if capitalism started here, this is going to be a timeline I'm going to do for you. If capitalism started here one day, and here's today, March 2nd, 2017, this is to scale, by the way, the idea that the purpose of business is to maximize shareholder value, it started about here, right there, less than 50 years ago. It was just an idea that a guy said, and he wrote it down in a magazine. That's it, and we've been living with it ever since then. The date was September 13th, 1970. The magazine was a New York Times magazine, and the guy was Milton Friedman. And he said that to take capital or resources from a company and donate it to a charity, that's stealing from the investors. It's a pretty harsh word. That's stealing from the investors. His thinking went like this. The shareholders, the investors, they own the company, right? The company employs the managers. Therefore, the manager's responsibility is to create maximum value for the investors. That's where it comes from. It's not that he didn't believe in altruism. He did believe in altruism, but what he said was, if you feel altruistic, then do it with your own money. Don't steal from the corporation. And it's that thinking, that short-term thinking, has gotten to us where we are today. It's gotten where investors and managers think success comes from laying off workers and shutting factories and disregarding the human consequence. There's this hideous phrase that comes right out of this. That phrase, it's not personal, it's just business. That's where this comes from. And so, what do we do about this idea? These two competing visions of capitalism? Well, there's a challenge that's rising up to Friedman. This idea that the shareholder owns the company. I said it earlier, and not one of you batted an eye. No one raised an objection at all. The shareholder, we think it's true, the shareholder owns the company. That's not an incontrovertible fact. That's a controvertible fact. Again, I'm using a word no one ever uses by taking the prefix off. That's a controvertible fact. It can be debated. If you own something, you have certain rights, responsibilities, and privileges. And if you take that test and apply it to shareholders, you'll see that perhaps they don't own the corporation. Now watch this. Let's assume, for an example, that I am a shareholder in Apple Computer. As a shareholder, I have rights, responsibilities, and privileges. So, number one, I should be able to walk into the headquarters building in Cupertino anytime I want, walk through the front door of the headquarters, walk into the building, and strut around like I own the place because, well, I own the place. I haven't tried it, but I'm pretty sure that I would be denied entrance to the building. So that doesn't feel like an owner. As an owner, I should be able to have access to products and services in advance of everybody else. But I promise you, the next time Apple comes out with a cool new product, I will be sleeping out in front of the Apple store just like you. That doesn't feel like an owner. As an owner, I should have some say in the management, how the practices of the company go. But the truth is, there's this convoluted structure where I elect a director, and the director hires a CEO, and I don't really have any control over the management of the company. And finally, as an owner, I should be able to withdraw my share of the profits anytime I want. I don't think that's going to go very well. So we've broken this idea that the shareholder owns the corporation, which means the purpose of a business is not necessarily to maximize shareholder value. So what is the purpose of a business? Well, I assert the purpose of a business is declared by the CEO and the leadership team. They get to decide what the purpose of the business is, and an investor gets to participate or not, depending on if they believe what's going on. And here's the exciting thing. The incoming generation of business leaders, and I'm talking to you, students of Grand Canyon University, the incoming generation of business leaders has been shaped by the failures and breakdowns of capitalism, and they're deciding there's a new definition of wealth. We all understand wealth as financial wealth, absolutely, but there's other kinds of wealth too. There's ecological wealth, there's emotional wealth, there's spiritual wealth, there's physical wealth, there's social wealth, there's intellectual wealth. And so now this new generation of leaders gets to decide what kind of wealth they want to create in their company against what stakeholder. Now, we've already talked about one stakeholder, the shareholder. We're pretty clear about them. They're very important. But there's other stakeholders too. The customers, that's a stakeholder. The employees, they're a stakeholder. The larger community, they're a stakeholder. How about the planet Earth, the environment, they're a stakeholder. How about the supply chain? They're a stakeholder. So now the leaders of these companies get to say, here's a whole collage of wealth that we can create, and here's a menu of stakeholders we can create it for, and that becomes the purpose of our business. It's pretty exciting. This idea, I want to say one thing. I want to talk about profit for a second. This doesn't mean you disregard profit. Profit's critical, it's essential, it's non-negotiable. You've got to have it. But I want to tell you something John Mackey, the co-CEO of Whole Foods, said. He said, look, my body needs to breathe oxygen to survive, but that doesn't mean the purpose of my life is to breathe oxygen. Similarly, my company needs profits to survive, but that doesn't mean the purpose of my company is to create profits. So, this idea that we're talking about, this is called conscious capitalism. It was put forth in a book by Raj Sisodia, an author and professor, and John Mackey from Whole Foods. And they say a conscious capitalism company, that's tough to say, has 4 principles. 1, a conscious culture. 2, conscious leadership. 3, stakeholder interdependence. And 4, a higher purpose. So I want to talk to you about my company's higher purpose. My company, we have declared the community is a stakeholder. That's our primary stakeholder, is the community. And what we say is we are changing the community. We are changing the community by, we're teaching executives how to harness the power of design to engage their workers, to be more competitive. We are changing the community by building healthcare environments that promote healing for the sick and safety for caregivers. That's changing the community. We're changing the community by designing schools that inspire students to achieve better learning outcomes. We're creating value for shareholders and taxpayers and students and patients by decreasing the expenses and increasing productivity of corporations, governments, schools, and hospitals. And we're changing the community by establishing ourselves as an example for other companies, and we're doing it with style and humor and compassion and integrity and respect. That's the purpose of our company. And everyone who comes to work every day, 155 people, they understand their role, what they're doing, and how they are supporting our vision, our purpose to change the community. Whether you're working in the warehouse, answering the phones, an accounting clerk, sales, project management, it doesn't matter. You understand your role to play and how you change the community. And what happens when you have a noble, higher purpose like this? People, it unleashes this creative spirit in people, and they get excited, and there's energy, and it's electric. And the company becomes a vehicle for people to pursue their own aspirations. I've got 2 short examples. I got a lot, I'll give you 2. One of our employees in Tucson noticed that there are no foster clothing banks in southern Arizona. Phoenix has 4, Tucson has none. And she said, why don't we become the foster clothing bank? Now look, we're in the office furniture business, but those are just the widgets to us. Just the office furniture is just the cubicles and desks and chairs and files. That's the widgets. Our purpose is to change the community. And so when she came and said this, it made perfect sense. And I'm happy to say since 2008, we have clothed over 7,000 foster children in southern Arizona. That's changing, oh, thanks. That's changing the community. Another employee came to me and said, every time we go out and we deliver furniture, the customer says to us, well, take this old furniture and just get it out of here. And the industry practice in our business is that you take that and you just sell it to somebody else, right? You haven't spent any money on it, you just all profit. If the purpose of our company were to maximize shareholder wealth, that's 100% profit there. This is exactly what you do, but that's not the purpose, is it? The purpose is to change the community. So an employee said, let's take that furniture and let's redeploy it to nonprofits that need it. So they don't have to spend money on furniture, they can spend money on their own purpose. And in the last 8 years, we have repurposed millions of dollars of furniture to over 100 nonprofits in the Valley. That's changing the community. So, thank you. So, I'm urging you to understand your place in history. Capitalism is changing right in front of your eyes. Think of it this way, it's being emancipated from the singular purpose of maximizing shareholder value, and it's free now to conquer whatever societal problem, the nastiest, gnarliest, hairiest, thorniest problems that we've got, just like poverty, capitalism is liberated to go after. So what is it you're interested in? Is it climate change? Is it income inequality? Is it the refugee crisis? What I'm telling you is, get past the widgets, declare your purpose, declare your stakeholders, and you can use the power of capitalism to change the world. Thank you very much.
Another excellent TED Talk, TEDx talk in our case. I want to take a moment here to remind you of some kind of housekeeping items. Number one, please do not forget There's still time to tweet. There's still time to do all those social media things. Now tell me if I get this right. WOVA. WOVA. They need to work on that name, WOVA. So you can go on WOVA, you can tweet on WOVA, reach out to the community, be a member of our community. You will be getting fairly soon, if we have your email address, a survey question from TEDx. It's one question. And I think they ask you to rate your experience at this event on a scale of 1 to 5. Please, please, please respond to that survey. There may also be a link and/or we will be sending you a separate link that's put together, a survey put together by our team. And so what we're doing is we are a learning community, and they are going to want to know what we did well, what we did not do so well. Hopefully, I will have the question about the humor of the MC taken off, so you don't have to worry about that one, right? Take it off. Tim? Yeah, okay. We'll take that. Please respond to that as well. So our students have done an unbelievable amount of work, and they would love to have some constructive feedback, and that's what that is. Okay? So next, here. So there are some of our, we talked about it or no? TEDx Grand Canyon University, at Lobes TED. There it is, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn. Okay, we have one more TED video. Once again, I didn't pick these, I swear, but they're among my favorites. This one is Ernesto Ciroli, who talks about aid in Africa, but also has a lesson for moving out into the world as a global community. If you want to learn, shut up and listen. Brilliant stuff. So we'll watch that video, and then we'll have a couple more speakers. Thanks.
Everything I do, and everything I do professionally, my life has been shaped by 7 years of work as a young man in Africa. From 1971 to 1977, I look young, but I'm not. I worked in Zambia, Kenya, Ivory Coast, Algeria, Somalia, in projects of technical cooperation with African countries. I worked for an Italian NGO. And every single project that we set up in Africa failed. And I was distraught. I thought, age 21, that we Italians were good people and we were doing good work in Africa. Instead, everything we touched, we killed. Our first project, the one that has inspired my first book, Ripples from the Zambezi, was a project where we Italians decided to teach Zambian people how to grow food. So we arrived there with Italian seeds in southern Zambia, in this absolutely magnificent valley, going down to the Zambezi River, and we taught the local people how to grow Italian tomatoes and zucchini. And of course, the local people had absolutely no interest in doing that, so we paid them to come and work, and sometimes they would show up. And we were amazed that the local people in such fertile valley would not have any agriculture. But instead of asking them how come they were not growing anything, we simply said, thank God we're here. Just in the nick of time to save the Zambian people from starvation. And of course, everything in Africa grew beautifully, and we had these magnificent tomatoes. In Italy, a tomato would grow to this size, in Zambia, to this size. And we could not believe. And we were telling the Zambians, look how easy agriculture is. When the tomatoes were nice and ripe and red, overnight, some 200 hippos came out from the river, and they ate everything. And we said to the Zambians, my God, The hippos! And then Zambia said, yes, that's why we have no agriculture here. Why didn't you tell us? You never asked. I thought it was only us Italians blundering around Africa, but then I saw what the Americans were doing, what the English were doing, what the French were doing, and after seeing what they were doing, I became quite proud of our project in Zambia, because you see, at least we fed the hippos. You should see the rubbish. You should see the rubbish that we have bestowed on unsuspecting African people. You want to read the book? Read Dead Aid by Dambisa Moyo, Zambian woman economist. The book was published in 2009. We, Western donor country, have given the African continent $2 trillion American in the last 50 years. I'm not going to tell you the damage that the money has done. Just go and read her book. Read it from an African woman, the damage that we have done. We Western people are imperialist, colonialist, and missionaries. And there are only two ways we deal with people. We either patronize them or we are paternalistic. The two words come from the Latin root pater, which means father, but they mean two different things. Paternalistic, I treat anybody from a different culture as if they were my children. I love you so much. Patronizing, I treat everybody from another culture as if they were my servants. That's why the white people in Africa are called Bwana, boss. I was given a slap in the face reading a book, Small is Beautiful, written by Schumacher, who said, above all in economic development, if people do not wish to be helped, leave them alone. This should be the first principle of aid. The first principle of aid is respect. This morning, the gentleman who opened this conference lay a stick on the floor and said, can you imagine a city that is not neocolonial? I decided when I was 27 years old to only respond to people. And I invented a system called enterprise facilitation, where you never initiate anything, you never motivate anybody, but you become a servant of the local passion, the servant of local people who have a dream to become a better person. So what you do, you shut up, you never arrive in a community with any ideas, and you sit with the local people. We don't work from offices. We meet at the cafe. We meet at the pub. We have zero infrastructure. And what we do, we become friends. And we find out what that person wants to do. The most important thing is passion. You can give somebody an idea. If that person doesn't want to do it, what are you going to do? The passion that the person has for her own growth is the most important thing. The passion that the man has for his own personal growth is the most important thing. And then we help them to go and find the knowledge, because nobody in the world can succeed alone. The person with the idea may not have the knowledge, but the knowledge is available. So years and years ago, I had this idea, why don't we for once, instead of arriving in a community to tell people what to do, why don't for once listen to them, but not in community meetings? Let me tell you a secret. There is a problem with community meetings. Entrepreneurs never come. And they never tell you in a public meeting what they want to do with their own money, what opportunity they have identified. So planning
has this blind spot. The smartest people in your community, you don't even know because they don't come to your public meetings. What we do, we work one-on-one. And to work one-on-one, you have to create a social infrastructure that doesn't exist. You have to create a new profession. The profession is the family doctor of enterprise, the family doctor of business who sits with you in your house, at your kitchen table, at the cafe, and helps you find the resources to transform your passion into a way to make a living. I started this as a tryout in Esperance, in Western Australia. I was doing a PhD at the time, trying to go away from this patronizing bullshit that we arrive and tell you what to do. And so what I did in Esperance that first year was to just walk the streets. And in 3 days, I had my first client, and I helped this first guy who was smoking fish from a garage, was a Maori guy. And I helped him to sell to the restaurant in Perth, to get organized. And then the fisherman came to me to say, you the guy who helped Maori, can you help us? And I helped these 5 fishermen to work together and get this beautiful tuna, not to the cannery in Albany for 60 cents a kilo, but we find a way to take the fish for sushi to Japan for $15 a kilo. And the farmers came to talk to me, say, hey, you help them, can you help us? In a year, I had 27 projects going on, and the government came to see me to say, how can you do that? How can you do? And I said, I do something very, very, very difficult. I shut up and listen to them. So the government says, do it again. We've done it in 300 communities around the world. We have helped to start 40,000 businesses. There is a new generation of entrepreneurs who are dying of solitude. Peter Drucker, one of the greatest management consultants in history, died aged 96 a few years ago. Peter Drucker was a professor of philosophy before becoming involved in business. And this is what Peter Drucker says: planning is actually incompatible with an entrepreneurial society and economy. Planning is the kiss of death of entrepreneurship. So now you're rebuilding Christ Church without knowing what the smartest people in Christ Church want to do with their own money and their own energy. You have to learn how to get these people to come and talk to you. You have to offer them confidentiality, privacy. You have to be fantastic at helping them. And then they will come, and they will come in droves. In a community of 10,000 people, we get 200 clients. Can you imagine in a community of 400,000 people, the intelligence and the passion? Which presentation have you uploaded the most this morning? Local, passionate people. That's who you have uploaded. So what I'm saying is that entrepreneurship is where it's at. We are at the end of the first industrial revolution, non-renewable fossil fuels, manufacturing, and all of a sudden, we have systems which are not sustainable. The internal combustion engine is not sustainable. Freon way of maintaining things is not sustainable. What we have to look at is at how we feed, cure, educate, transport, communicate for 7 billion people in a sustainable way. The technologies do not exist to do that. Who is going to invent the technology for the green revolution? Universities, forget about it. Government, forget about it. Would be entrepreneurs, and they're doing it now. There's a lovely story that I read in a futurist magazine many, many years ago. There was a group of experts who were invited to discuss the future of the city of New York in 1860. And in 1860, this group of people came together, and they all speculated about what would happen to the city of New York in 100 years. And the conclusion was unanimous. The city of New York would not exist in 100 years. Why? Because they look at the curve and say, if the population keeps growing at this rate, to move the population of New York around, they would have needed 6 million horses. And the manure created by 6 million horses would be impossible to deal with. They were already drowning in manure. So 1860, they are seeing this dirty technology that is going to choke the life out of New York. So what happens in 40 years' time, in year 1900, in the United States of America, there were 1,001 car manufacturing companies. 1,001. The idea of funding a different technology had absolutely taken over. And there were tiny, tiny little factories in backwaters, Dearborn, Michigan, Henry Ford. However, there is a secret to work with entrepreneurs. First, you have to offer them confidentiality, otherwise they don't come and talk to you. Then you have to offer them absolute dedicated, passionate service to them. And then you have to tell them the truth about entrepreneurship. The smallest company, the biggest company, has to be capable of doing three things beautifully. The product that you want to sell has to be fantastic. You have to have fantastic marketing. And you have tremendous financial management. Guess what? We have never met a single human being in the world who can make it, sell it, and look after the money. Doesn't exist. This person has never been born. We've done the research, and we have looked at the 100 iconic companies of the world: Carnegie, Westinghouse, Edison, Ford, all the new companies, Google, Yahoo. There's only one thing that all the successful companies in the world have in common. Only one. None was started by one person. Now we teach entrepreneurship to 16 years old in Northumberland, and we start the class by giving them the first 2 pages of Richard Branson autobiography, and the task of the 16 years old is to underline in the first 2 pages of Richard Branson autobiography how many times Richard uses the word I and how many times he uses the word we. Never the word I and the word we, 32 times. He wasn't alone when he started. Nobody started a company alone. No one. So we can create a community where we have facilitators who come from a small business background, sitting in cafes, in bars, and are your dedicated buddies who will go to you what somebody did for this gentleman who talked about, this epic. Somebody who will say to you, what do you need? What can you do? Can you make it? Okay, can you sell it? Can you look after the money? Oh, no, I cannot do this. Would you like me to find you somebody? We activate communities. We have groups of volunteers supporting the enterprise facilitator to help you to find resources and people. And we have discovered that the miracle of the intelligence of local people is such that you can change the culture and the economy of this community just by capturing the passion, the energy, and imagination of your own people. Thank you.
Lesson to self. Get an accent. And I eat tomatoes. Brilliant. The guy makes manure sound beautiful, right? Manure up to here. Okay. How would that help? Need to get some foreign students to be the... Okay, so I now have the pleasure of introducing our next speaker. She is one of our own, resident director here at Grand Canyon University. Before I bring her on stage, though, I would like to give a shout out to her husband, Max. Stand up, Max. Round of applause. So, Max manages our Lopes Lab, where we have CNC, 3D printing. We have all kinds of tools for the students, and he is very instrumental in making our speaker awards, which are super cool. He also helped our students make the sign. Thank you, Max. We could not have done it without you. One more round of applause for Max. One of the probably hundreds of folks that have helped us put this on that probably will not get their righteous notification of their contributions to our efforts. So thank you very much. Now, you ask, why would I do that when introducing his wife? Well, we all know behind every man is a better woman. Knowing that Max is really a great man, I think leaves us to where we need to be to introduce his wife, who must be unbelievable, and she is. Nicole Clifton. Please give her a warm welcome. And
hello, everyone. My name is Nicole Clifton, as he just said. My educational background is in psychology, and I've spent the last 5.5 years working in residence life as a resident director. Now, on a regular basis, I get asked that wonderful question, do you actually get to use your degree? And I say absolutely. Just because I'm not sitting in an office doing private practice doesn't mean I'm not utilizing the information that I gained during my graduate and undergraduate studies. Not sure if you're aware of this or not, but college is kind of a tumultuous time for a lot of people. There's so much learning that's occurring, not just in the classroom, but about yourself, interpersonal relationships, and about cause and effect behavior, which sometimes involves consequences. So whether I'm sitting with student leaders and mentoring them, or I'm sitting with students in crisis, I sometimes have the opportunity to be a part of an important conversation about identity with them. Now, we all know that identity is complex, that you're not just one thing. However, our culture perpetuates certain false dichotomies about identity that ultimately hinder us. We have created an either-or where there should be a both-and. For example, my husband is a jack of all trades. He does lots of stereotypical manly things, like carry heavy stuff or can change the battery in our car, which is great. He also does lots of stereotypical nerdy things, like read about physics for fun or can 3D print and program a robotic hand, for example. He also loves the movie Mean Girls and knows more words to the Les Mis soundtrack than I do. Now, does anything I mentioned in the second or third category make him any less of a man? No, of course not. He doesn't let culture dictate his masculinity. He can be strong, smart, and artistic. Both and, not either or. Or how about this? I remember being 15 and being asked by a boy I liked at the time if I made decisions with my head or my heart. Even back then, I thought that was a weird question. What most people mean by that is, do you make rational decisions based solely on logic? Or do you make emotional decisions based on how you feel? Even to my teenage self, it seemed ridiculous that I would have to pick one or the other. I have both a brain and a heart. Most people who know me would tell you that I am a pretty rational person. I'm very practical, down to earth, a bottom line kind of girl, a logical decision maker. Those same people would also tell you that I am a person who feels things very deeply. On a scale of 1 to 10, if I am feeling more than a 7 of any emotion, it is my body's natural response to cry about it. Happy, mad, sad, tired, confused, overwhelmed, etc., etc. This used to bother me, but I'm learning to embrace it as an important part of who I am. I'm an emotional, empathetic, passionate person. Both my logical brain and my deep feeling heart exist within me and make me who I am. Both are very strong, and both provide me with crucial information that helps me to be consistent with who I want to be. And while certain situations may call for more of my head or my heart, there is no perfect formula or flow chart that can help me precisely determine when to use each one. So I want to consult both every time, and then choose the wise thing to do from there. I choose both and, not either or. So, when I think about myself, my students, my friends, I think about what it could be like if we didn't have to worry about either or when it came to our identity. There's so many of these false dichotomies in our culture where society implies, well, if you're not this, then you must be that. Emotional or logical, smart or stupid, brave or afraid, strong or weak, a lover or a fighter. And yet, we're both. The grand majority of us have the capacity to do all of those things and more, and yet we so often forget that, or we don't want to be reminded. And so when we label ourselves or other people as one or the other, there is often this stigma and shame that comes with that. Unfortunately, when we do that, we are missing out on the beautiful depth and complexity that is our humanity. One of my favorite things about my job is when I get to help students wrestle with their story and their identity, where it has changed them for the better and where it has hurt them. I get to help them embrace their potential and realize their limitations. This is crucial because then they can begin to explore where they make the world a better place and where they need to ask for help. The reason that I care about this so much is that when I was in college, someone did this for me. He was my resident director. He created a crucial both-and experience for me. You see, when I was in college, I was going through a really messy season in my personal life with a lot of hard things going on. And he created a safe space for me to be a mess, to say what I needed to say and feel what I needed to feel. And yet he saw my potential and the leader that I could be. And so even though he saw my brokenness and sat with me in it, he entrusted me with responsibility, he affirmed my strengths, and he gave me the chance to grow. Not only did he allow me to be a student leader, but he even suggested that I could do residence life as a career. His ability to let me be both a mess and a leader changed the entire trajectory of my post-college life. I've now spent the majority of my 20s trying to be a leader like that, one that honors the legacy he taught me. So, how do I intentionally do that? Well, there's no perfect way, but there's a lot of goodness in the world that helps me move towards that. Singer and songwriter India Ari sings a song called Better People, and in it she says, "Listen to Mahatma Gandhi's words. Be the change you want to see in the world. Start with yourself, and healing will multiply." So, as I pursue holistic growth and healing in my own life, I'm able to pass that goodness on to others. So if I want my students to experience the freedom of that both-and reality, then I need to be looking for ways to live that out. So I'm constantly reading or watching TED Talks. I try to spend time with people I think are wise and can teach me something, or with people that are different from me and can give me a new perspective. I want to pursue and be filled up with things that are good and true and remind me that I am a both-and person. And I want to avoid things that bring me shame and reinforce those either-or lies. Now, as I was talking to my family about presenting here today, I was introduced to an interesting bit of information. There is a term called antinomy that exists within logic and epistemology, particularly in the philosophy of Immanuel Kant. Antinomy refers to a real or apparent mutual incompatibility of two laws. So, two laws, two truths, two concepts that are paired together that seem contradictory to one another, and yet both are true of reality and how humans experience the world. I would say that both truths bring a deeper and more complete understanding, and that understanding is stronger when those things are paired together than when they're separated. I would venture to say that could be true about more than just philosophy, but we'll come back to that in a little bit. One of my favorite authors of all time, Dr. Brené Brown, addresses a similar thought in her newest book, Rising Strong, by saying, "I am slowly learning to straddle the tension that comes with understanding that I am tough and tender, brave and afraid, strong and struggling. All of these things, all of the time. I'm working on letting go of having to be one or the other. The roles in my life all require me to bring my whole self to the table." I love that. It is highlighted and quadruple starred in my book because she is naming a truth that I've known about myself on some level for a very long time, but I didn't think people around me would get it. And then I realized I'm not alone. So whether I'm reading it in a book or hearing it in conversation, truth like that feeds my soul because it reminds me that I get to be both, and that one option does not mean success and the other means failure. Both are innately true to being human, and I'm so thankful for that. So I think back to my senior year of college when I had the opportunity to stand in front of my student body and share about my journey through college and how I'd grown, even though it'd been a rough couple of years. And when I intentionally chose to be authentic and transparent so that the audience could see emotion on my face and hear it in my voice. And then I find out after I get done talking that apparently a guy I knew back then told a friend of mine, "I can't believe she got so emotional. This is why we shouldn't let women speak in these types of situations." I get to say today, watch me. Watch me. Watch me be emotional and logical. Watch me be a crier and a great public speaker. Watch me be smart and strong. Watch me be the fullness of who I was meant to be. Watch me. The last example I want to share with you about how I'm implementing both and into my life is this. 33 days ago, I got a tattoo. And while that may seem like a random example, I promise you I've been thinking about it for over a year. It's 3 sets of 2 words. Wounded healer, hope carrier, love warrior. Now, these word pairings may not seem like they automatically go together or that they even contradict one another. An example of antinomy. But they were chosen on purpose because they are a part of how I see myself, how I want to interact with other people, how I want to impact the world, how I want to be a part of something great. The first phrase, wounded healer, comes from a book by Henry Nouwen called The Wounded Healer. All of us in our lives have been wounded. It is impossible to go through life without it happening. And sometimes that wounding is so deep, it feels like it defines us. And yet, healing is possible. The things that have been the most excruciatingly painful in my life have been and are being redeemed into something good. And as I work through and own my own story, I am able to love other people better because I can help them know that they aren't alone. That is one of the greatest things I've ever done, and I'm committed to doing for the rest of my days. The next phrase, hope carrier, is a phrase I got from a student that I mentored and now call friend. Now, I am not a naturally optimistic person. Some people assume that means I'm a pessimist. And while I may have more naturally occurring pessimistic tendencies, once again, I don't have to be one or the other. I choose another option outside that false dichotomy. I am a realist who has perpetual hope woven into her heart. Some people, when they hear the word hope, think of it as this precious, fluffy, cotton candy word that's full of sunshine and smiles. And while hope has positive qualities associated with it, hope for me has grit. It's tenacious. To do the hard, heavy work of holding on to hope in the midst of this messy, painful world is significant. For me, hope has goodness and difficulty wrapped up together. To be a hope carrier is to see our complicated world as it really is, but to be willing to fight for hope and love when people are in crisis and they cannot believe those things for themselves. You stand in the gap, and you fight with them until they're strong enough to stand on their own. As a resident director, I've had the privilege of doing that for so many incredible students, just like my loved ones have done for me, even if they wouldn't have called it that at the time. The last phrase, love warrior, comes from another favorite author of mine, Glennon Doyle Melton. Love warrior is the name of her newest book. When I saw those two words, love warrior, put right next to each other, I knew that had been true about me my whole life, that I was a lover and a fighter. A deep, feeling, empathetic, compassionate warrior who is strong and loyal, a fierce protector, and an advocate against injustice. So, that's how both and is showing up in my life. Maybe you're wondering how both and applies to you. Well, the good news is you already are both and maybe just don't know how yet. So let me ask you a couple questions. What antinomies are true of you? What both and phrases are being woven into your being? Where can you disprove these false either or constructs in order to liberate the fullness of who you are? Look at the expectations you have for yourself. Are they even realistic? Are you letting other people make decisions about your identity? Is shame motivating your choices? Do you feel like you're hiding? When do you get the most upset with yourself? Ask yourself why that is. Give yourself the gift of time and effort through self-reflection and counsel in order to permit the unleashing of your full and complete identity. So what have I learned by asking these questions? Who am I? I am a lover and a fighter. I am smart, but I still need to keep learning. I'm competent and hardworking, but I still need to ask for help sometimes. I'm tender and tough. I use my head and my heart. I'm a little bit Democrat, a little bit Republican, and a little bit something else too. I'm a Christian and a feminist. I'm a Christian who loves the LGBTQ people in my life, and I am fighting for healing and reconciliation and bridge building between those two communities. I'm afraid, but I can lean into pain and tension and do hard, important things anyways. I'm wounded, but I'm healing, and I get to help others do the same. I'm both and, not either or. And all of those things are just a piece of the beautiful complexity that is Nicole Christine Clifton. And I can be those things no matter what my job title is or what the future holds for me. Wounded healer, hope carrier, love warrior. That is who I am and how I am a part of something great, something that matters in this world. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. That is fantastic. You give me hope and reason, and you remind me that my wife is truly my better half. We have now come to our final speaker. This is an amazing gentleman whose businesses have impacted millions of people, both directly and indirectly. But he confided in me that the most transformative moments of his life actually came in his youth. He grew up traveling all over the world with his parents as part of the military, and in fact went to high school in the Philippines. In addition to that, he seems to love to ride bicycles everywhere. Apparently, he owns every kind of bicycle, every collector you could possibly have, and he would like to take us on a ride about how to build a corporate culture. So let's have Tim Crown come on up.
Good afternoon. I see a little bit through the fog here. A lot of college students, a lot of people like myself that attended college a very long time ago, and quite a few college seniors. For those college seniors coming up, you're starting to think about that magical word, the J word, right? A job. My daughter Megan graduated from college last spring, and a couple of months before she graduated, she came to me and said, "Dad, we have to talk about what I'm going to do post-graduation." I said, "I love that idea." Meg said to me, "I want a job. I want the perfect job. I want a wonderful job doing amazing things with wonderful people." And I said, "Well, exactly what would you be doing?" "Oh, I'm not worried about that. I just want the best job." And so I'm saying to Megan, come on, that's part of the fun of it, trying to figure out what you're going to do. One of the things that happens when college students get ready to graduate, they start worrying about what is that first job. I have to tell you from my experience, your first job matters, but it doesn't matter nearly as much as you think it does. Your whole lives as college students, getting into college, now figuring out what you're going to study and how you're going to graduate, and then you get that first job. If I just do that, I'm set, right? Everything will be perfect. But what do you do after you get that first job? How do you be successful? I've been a CEO for many years, and one of the things that CEOs do is to look at resumes of all the people that are applying for jobs that want to come work at the company. The other thing we do is we do this thing called a new hire orientation. That's this whole thing where the employees that are new to the company that day, that week, that month, they all get together in a classroom setting. The senior management, the CEO, you get in that room and you talk about critical stuff about the company, like the vision, right? This is why we do what we do. And then you talk about the strategy. This is how we're going to do it. And then the values. This is what's important to us, right? And then if you, that new employee, aren't on the edge of your seat, what do? You tell them about lunch. Lunch is at noon. And the bathroom around the corner to the right. Those are the things that people actually care about, right, on your first day. So I thought that if I could read all the resumes beforehand, look at that two-dimensional piece of paper, that I could figure out, based upon where people went to school, what they studied, what their hobbies, interests were, that I knew who would be successful. Susie, Billy, Johnny, oh, Bobby, he's going to be wildly successful. And then I met Paul. Paul took a job at our company as an entry-level customer service rep. He was fresh out of college. He had a college degree in geography, which I'm thinking geography, customer service, hey, it's a match, right? It has to be a perfect fit. But one of the things about Paul was that when he came to our company, he was all in. Now, the first time I met Paul was here, walking to this first day here. That's Paul on the right there. So as I walk up to my new hire orientation, this is what I see. He's the guy on the right with the glasses and the great attitude, right? As I walk by this guy, I'm thinking to myself, oh my God, what are those guys doing? As I go into the office, I sit down, I'm getting ready to give my big spiel on the values, strategy, etc. And who walks in? But Paul sits down right in front of me. I'm thinking to myself, I had better go talk to recruiting because we got some issues. So I go through, I talk about the strategy, the values, the organizational plan, the operational plan, everything. And when I'm all done, Paul comes up to me and he says, "Mr. Crown, oh, it's so awesome. I want to do so well in the company. I want to rise up through the ranks. I want to go as high as I can. What do I need to do? Tell me so I can do it." It was at that moment that I kind of stepped back a little bit, and I realized I didn't know the answer. Such a basic question. How could I not know the answer? That question that Paul asked, I've been struggling with for 25 years. Now, when Paul took that job as an entry-level customer service rep as a college graduate, most people would say, oh, I'm not doing that job, that's too low. I need to come up a little bit. You hire me at a little bit higher level. But not Paul. Paul was all in. He wanted to learn every single thing he possibly could about being customer service rep. In fact, here he is in the office. And you can see we had wonderful digs back then, didn't we? Notice the Mac there, not one, but 2 floppies. I mean, we're talking big time here. So Paul, within just 2 months, had mastered everything there was to do in customer service as a rep. And something happened that week. We started getting phone calls over and over again about the same problem. We were shipping the wrong product to customers, and it was the same thing every phone call. Paul decided to get up out of his chair and walk down the hall to the other building, to the warehouse, where he grabbed all these orders that we'd made mistakes on and put them on the warehouse manager's desk and said, hey, we're making the same mistake over and over. And right there, the manager and Paul talked through the problem, scoped it out, and figured out a solution and implemented it before the end of the day. He solved the problem. Why? Why did Paul get out of his chair? What did he do to want to do that? It wasn't even his department. It wasn't his job description. But he did it. All those other people in customer service, almost every single one of them knew what was happening and probably knew the solution. But they didn't get up, and Paul did. 6 months later, at the ripe old age of 23, I asked Paul to be customer service manager. Paul looked at me a little bit like, I don't know if I could do this. I've never done that before. In fact, I've never managed a single other person. I said, not to worry, Paul. What's important is that you want to do this. And at that moment, Paul went from sitting in his comfortable place, a place where he knew how to do every single function, everything as a customer service manager, and he put himself out there. And he said, I'll do this, even though I don't know exactly what to do. This is what I call going into the fog. And every successful person has to do it. They have to make a conscious decision to say, I'm going to change. I'm going to go from comfort to discomfort, from known to unknown, to uncertainty, to vulnerability. You might fail. And it's at that moment that you have to decide as an individual, do I want to go to the next level? Do I want to do the next thing? Paul said to me right then, he goes, I don't know exactly what to do. So can you tell me what to do the first thing? So I used an old management trick. I said, take out 3 pieces of paper. All the things you're going to start doing as customer service manager, the things you're going to keep doing and stop doing, and write them all down. Let's go over them. Because something's going to change. All the time you've been a customer service rep, you've been doing tasks, just these things. Now you're going to stop doing tasks. You're going to start doing management and a little bit of leadership. So those people in customer service that are doing their job yesterday and today and tomorrow, they're doing exactly the same thing. You, Paul, are going to do something different. And at that moment, Paul jumped in with both feet again. He was all in. 2 more years went by, successes, failures. It's never easy. As I like to say, easy problems were solved yesterday. Hard problems, those are the one that ends up on managers' desks, right? Paul was there for 2 full years as customer service manager, and we as a company decided to purchase another operation in England. It was in the same business we were in, technology equipment sales. Now, this company with 200 people, we thought we knew what we were doing. We didn't. It wasn't going very well. In fact, it was going downhill. So this is the time I walk into Paul's office and I say, Paul, have you ever lived in England before? Have you ever been a general manager before? Have you ever run 200 people? And hey, Paul, can you go for like, say, 3 or 4 years? And maybe Monday, as in this Monday? Now, Paul said, Wow, that's a long way. But I'm thinking to myself, this is a geography major, right? He knows where that's at. And he kind of speaks the same language. I'm like, how hard can it be, right? So before Paul goes, he sits down again and he goes, man, Tim, we're going to be going into a very, very difficult situation. Again, I don't know what to do. I don't know anybody. I've never been there. I mean, the operation's going the wrong way. What do I do? And that's when I go back to one of my own mentors said to me, going into situations just like this. There's 3 phrases I want you to use, Paul. Number 1, grab all the managers and ask them, how can I help you? Number 2, what do you think? And number 3, the most important, shut up and sit down and start writing. These people, as managers, they know more than you'll ever know. Why? Because they've been doing this job 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, 52 weeks a year. And then go department by department, sit down with every single person in that company and ask them these questions. And even if you decide to change radically what they're doing, a couple of things are going to happen. First of all, you're going to learn a tremendous amount about what's going on in the company. And second of all, it's going to go from us versus them to we are going to solve this problem. We are going to make it better. And Paul did. Paul made it radically better. And just a few years later, as he says, a lifetime, 3.5 years later, he came back to Phoenix as a senior executive running procurement and logistics. How does a guy go from customer service rep to a senior executive in less than 8 years? You might think this is a one-off. This will never happen. It's a unicorn, right? Absolutely not. I've seen it happen hundreds of times. And you know what? There's a lot of commonalities there. Now, the paths to get there are so different. You couldn't put 2 people together and say, hey, they followed exactly the same track. They're all different tracks, all different ways to get there. But they followed some commonalities, values, attributes, the desire to go into the fog, to do something they've never done before, to put themselves out there, to get into vulnerable where they might fail. Every one of those people that's been wildly successful that I've worked with has had great attributes. 4 of the attributes stick out in my mind as being attributes that almost every single one of them had. Curiosity, integrity, tenacity, and initiative. Certainly not the only great attributes of these individuals, but every one of them lived and breathed these from the base position all the way to the middle, all the way to the very top of what they did in the organization. They lived and breathed this. Something else happened as they were going up. They learned this magical thing called activities aren't important, outcomes are important. Somewhere the light bulb goes off and the individuals say, it's not how much effort I put towards something, it's not my intention, it's what is the result, while maintaining my integrity. At that moment, these people are ready to go up. Now, all of us out here, all of us have a different set of histories, a different set of backgrounds. Every one of you got here a different way, didn't you? Going forward, the person next to you, I can guarantee you they won't have your same path going forward. Your choice, your individual choice to choose to go up in an organization or a company is going to be an individual one. Only you can make it. Now, me, I had the privilege to go to a very exclusive university, University of Kansas. For those of you that don't know, we only accept 93% of those that apply. Oh, by the way, I promise you, if you're one of the 7%, just do it again. We'll click it on through. Come on down. We want everybody. Now, my first job out of college, I was transferred to Jackson, Mississippi, a place I'd never been before. And my job title was administrative analyst. Now, it's been 30 years. I still have absolutely no idea what administrative analyst does. I'm hoping somebody clues me in by the time I die. That was my start. So when college kids come up to me right now, when they're getting ready to graduate or thinking about graduating in the near future, they say to me, oh my God, I don't know if I had the right major. Man, am I going to get a first job? What if I don't get the right job? What if I just get any job? So when I think about that, it's not about where you start, it's where you end. It's what you do in between that's going to decide your success, not where you started. Your future is going to be written by you. Thank you.
Hello. I know you're probably bummed this isn't Paul, the infamous red carpet, someday. But anyways, my name is Jedediah. I'm Austin Mosier, and we're the directors and co-creators of TEDx Grand Canyon University. Thank you. This, as Paul was saying earlier, very beginning, completely student-run and operated, and it was really just mine and Jed's own ideas at separate times, not even knowing each other, wanting to get something like this going. And from there, we kept it very student-driven and student-based. And we wanted to just kind of give all of you some appreciation, because we did it for everyone in attendance so they could have an experience that normally would cost $1,500 a ticket to come watch a TED Talk, and you get to come for pretty cheap and enjoy some awesome talks.
Yeah, we believe that TEDx can impact people for the better, so we want to bring that to West Phoenix/GCU.
And we also want to thank all the student volunteers. You saw there's tons of them, and we couldn't have done it without them. They've all put in tons of work and really just kind of followed the mission of what Jed and I wanted this to be. And so couldn't have done it all without you. And a little note, if you have volunteered, after Jed and I are done talking, please meet us behind this big curtain. We want to have a little powwow with the whole team.
We'd also like to really quickly thank our sponsors. We couldn't have done it without you guys. You guys rock. You gave us a lot of money, and money is good when you put on an event like this. We'd also like to give a huge shout outs to some full-time employees who have really helped us make this thing great. We'd like to thank Taylor Sprague. I'd like to give him a round of applause. He's amazing.
Where's he at? Taylor, where are you?
He's over in that corner over there. He's the official event coordinator.
Yes.
Who's helped us out.
Without Taylor, none of this would really be possible. He helped really just give us some life's lessons, some quality leadership skills, and just really helped make this event what it was.
We'd also like to thank, obviously, Christian Clifton. He was already thanked once, but he deserves twice. He did all the speaker gifts and all the cutouts and stuff, and he's a man.
Yeah, thank you. And then next is Karen Clayton. I don't know if you're in here, Karen, but she, from the second we brought up this idea, she was all about letting the students be the ones in charge and really learning from experience. And that's really what Jed and I were trying to do this entire 9 months of this planning. And then quick shout out to Eric Johnson, right over there. He put in tons of hours and time to help make the whiteboard animation audio what it was. Completely unnecessary, but it was a simple just reach out to him, and he did it to help make this event great. And
also, just last one on the official staff side is the Trinity, Randy Gibb, Paul Waterman, and Tim Kelly. They have helped us out a lot. We go to them with our crazy ideas, and they don't turn us away. They just help us and cultivate them into something great. So I'm thankful to them without words.
All right, one more kind of general thanks is for the speakers. You all only had about 5-6 weeks at the most to really prepare for a TED Talk, and to give as amazing of TED Talks that all of you did. Just means you put in tons of work with your busy lives, whether it's running businesses, having families, starting a career. It was just, your hard work was shown, and we couldn't be more appreciative of helping make this event as great as it was.
Just a round of applause for them.
Yeah, please.
And then the last people we'd like to thank is our team. So when Austin and I started building this thing over summer, come fall, we had to hire some people to help us. So we hired 12 domain managers, and we added some on the way, but they have helped us in different areas, and we'll go over them right now. And we'd like to invite them to the stage too, so they can all be applauded.
We're going yours first. Okay.
Come on up. So as you can see there, we have Kenzie, Eric, Ryan, Chelsea, and Aubrey. Eric, all the designs you've seen around here is by Eric. He's a master. He's very good at what he does. Chelsea's in charge of marketing. She's done a great job with all the lanyards and all the cool stuff that you guys received and the brochures. And Aubrey she was the boss today, so all the operational, Aubrey in the red jacket. And then everyone else on that team that's really owned this thing and made it great.
And all the students that were reporting underneath me, Virginia for writing, always just kind of proofing and putting everything together. Andrea is using her stats to help out with processes to make this event repeatable year after year and improve year after year. Josh, finances, just killed it. Always was able to prepare things that I didn't even know college students were supposed to know. Dominic Pachulo, he is coordinated. Yeah, give him some love. He was in charge, probably didn't understand, none of these students understood what kind of undertaking these tasks would be. He was in charge immediately of getting at least 15 students underneath him and coordinating with them right away, and just really impressive to see how that came out. And I mean, we had wonderful speakers, so did really good. Lynette, she's in charge of planning and a lot of communication, and Brady, in charge of sponsorships, didn't know a lick of sponsors and just put his fullest effort and made it just incredible. Saw him grow like crazy. And Brandon is our lone freshman to be a part of this team as a freshman and just really gain the skills that he did. Just incredible.
So if we get a round of applause again for these people. Yeah. They made this thing happen.
Yeah. Jed and I had the idea. They put in all the work. So we couldn't have done it without them.
And I think that's pretty much.
All right, so we just have a few PSAs. So we have a few events coming up. We have a Voices of Youth. Paul and Tim had mentioned that earlier. We have some high school competition or high school speakers coming. It'll be on April 2nd. Stay tuned to our social media. We'll be posting it on there, and it'd be awesome for you to support young, go-getting high schoolers to keep doing what they're doing. We'll also be having other TEDx Grand Canyon University events, so social media is the best way to really stay involved with that. And so that means like us on social media.
And I guess I'd just like to finish with this team, but also we've been blessed so much by the one who created us, so I'd like to give all credit to him. That's pretty awesome, and we'll see you guys next year for TEDx Grand Canyon University 2018. Thank you.
Thanks for coming.